Where are we going? Oh, down. We just spent some time at the Temple of the Elk. Check our inventory. Yeah, looking out. Need more money. First, says Moon Pie Dumplings. Nice to see you again, Moon Pie Dumplings. How are you doing today? I mean, it always feels good having first. Oh shit. No, I had a first thing before, but that was not... That was not the chatbot. That was something else. That we do have another acid flask. Yeah, it does have it's a spell, it has a difficulty class. So what are your spell casting? +3. Yeah, you're second best. That's kind of what I thought. So you get an acid flask. I think you get this as well. Oh, not how it works, eh? Get one of those as well. This remove blindness. Moonpie Dumpling says I figured out Nix. Wow. Now I am reverse engineering the Chasm VNC server build scripts. Sweet. Good job, Moonpie Dumplings. That was fast. Moonpie Dumplings says, well, I didn't figure out Nix. Oh, I thought you just know all of Nix now. I just understand enough that I won't be blindly fumbling around when I try to create my first derivation. Fantastic. I'm glad to hear it. So what was the... Did you have like a eureka moment? Was it... Aha. Now I know. Move curse. Nope, just a slow grind. Piece by piece towards understanding. Guess that's usually how it is, isn't it? What is this? I don't think I read this book before. Some people have more energy than other people, I suppose, for the slow grind. But I'm happy for you, yeah. One of these days, I'm gonna catch up. Something tells me you have more aptitude than me for this kind of stuff as well. Moonpie Dumpling says I definitely have eureka moments, but this was not one of them. I remember, like, I started learning about this stuff in my 30s, right? But I had that evaluation that just learning coding, programming. I'm not a programmer, but just studying languages and whatever. It felt like climbing stairs. And we talk like high stairs. Well, I'm thinking of a Rick and Morty episode where the stairs are way bigger than the people, but whatever. I've had this feeling that it's like I bang my head against the wall a bunch, trying to figure stuff out, and then after a while, banging my head against the wall, it turns out this was not a wall, this was a step, and then I climb up the step, and now I know way more, and then I move forwards a bit with the new knowledge into a new wall, and I just bang my head against that wall for a while, and then I end up climbing up. It wasn't a wall either, and I've climbed up that wall now. Felt that way about learning coding. Painful. What is this? 5 years in the depths of the forest. Revelations by a disciple of the teacher Avalo by Surya the Wolf. Ludrigan Vanderlopius and Daughters, publishing house. I spent half my life in a temple of Sarenrae. I served the goddess loyally and blindly, never considering that no one, not even an immortal deity, can walk your path for you. I carried out Sarenrae's will, but never stopped to think what it was exactly, or what lay behind it. The source of the kind goddess's kindness. Yes. Then an unknown preacher came to town and challenged the senior priests of all the great temples to debates. Some laughed at him, others defamed him, but many, like me, saw the truth in his words. We followed him into Arthfell Forest, where he had meditated for 7 years, gaining insight into truth. The teacher opened my eyes to the wise way, the path that the kind gods follow, and the common thread that unifies their teachings and makes them worthy of veneration. Some understand it through the phoenix in burning instincts and fiery will. Others go the way of the unicorn or chameleon, achieving peace in silence. Those who have a powerful voice go the lion's way and preach the wise way to others. I found enlightenment on the way of the wolf, in cutting wood, carrying water, and working without thought of thanks. Nice. Nice. I don't see... Is that what the wolf does? Cut wood, carry water. I'm rich. Alright. What are we doing? We're going down here. Everything looked fine. Need to go over here, but that probably takes us up and down like that. Actually, what does the journal say now? About stolen land here. Now that the Temple of the Elk is cleared out, we can return to the trading post, catch up on news, and discuss future plans. And of course tell Jod what happened in the temple. Yeah, exactly. So we do want to get Tuskcutter and the slavers, I suppose. Hopefully we go this way. Tranquil Riverbend. Yeah, it's fine. Go.
Resting would be nice.
I agree. Let's go resting. And we're gonna have the same... Oh, wait, actually. What do you have as a special? Everlight's Blessing. What is that? Ah, here we go. Christian prays to Merciful Sarenrae, doubling health recovery from regeneration from ability magic. Oof, that is... The Everlight's Blessing is pretty damn sweet. I guess you're pretty good at guarding as well. Right, because you have wisdom and perception. Because everybody's pretty good at guarding. You know what? It's fine. Doubling health. Wait, we only have hearty meal. I see. Probably need a recipe and the contents in my inventory to make some other meal.
Healing is my goddess's greatest gift. If only I didn't have to use it so often.
Seems like we did not get attacked. It does save automatically when we rest. Go towards Tusk Gutter first. This. Kingdom resource. Oh, we can't do that yet because it's not our kingdom yet. Do you want to enter this location? Yes. And then we do a quick save. Oh, here we go. Mary says, so here we are, the monster is here and now I'll tear him apart. Yes, just watch me. Just watch me? No, we're gonna fight together. Wait for her to continue. She clears her throat. There's a custom where I'm from. A boy kills a monster in front of the elders to prove he's a man. The barbarian clears her throat in hesitation. In our tribe, girls don't get no initiation at all, so I arranged my trial myself. Like in the song about Kagul the orphan, I downed a cave lion in single combat. Here, see. Scars I got in battle, and do you know what my elders did after I threw the lion skin at their feet? They admitted they were wrong, or they invoked some formality and declared your initiation invalid. Wait until she continues. They laughed in my face. They said I scratched my belly myself and hired some man to kill the lion for me in trade for Later they agreed my initiation. Of course, they had no choice, but Mirror's voice waves in anger and she spits on the ground. Right, either must you really slay him in single combat? It'll take our whole party to bring this Tuskcutter down. Must you really slay him in single combat? It'll take the whole party to bring this Tuskcutter down. Exactly. From a distance, Amiri examines Tuskcutter's muscular body and sharp tusks. Bah! You think I can't butcher a pig by myself? Though if the elders saw the beast was about to kill the boy, they would help him. There's no shame in that, but it doesn't matter. I'm just saying. Now you stand and watch me gutter the beast. I see come on to battle, or I've never... Or watch me with a battle cry, the barbarian charges the boar. I'm going alone, got it. This... Rage! What are you really going it alone? I don't know if you can do it alone. I don't quite understand how to do this.
Won't kill me.
Oh, he says, I wounded it, come finish it off. Alright. Taking a proper beating here. Oh, we have bless. Should have done bless. Oh, actually, first heal. Then bless. Actually, you can do bless.
Let us strike as one.
A solid plan.
Alright, I think I want to use acrobatics here as well. Right? Fucking hell, no!
Always survive.
Alright, let's do that again. Wait for her to continue. Wait until she continues. Must you really slay him in? Alright, a task. See, come to battle. We do a... I did a quick save here. Oh, fuck. Well, it's fine. We haven't really done anything.
What for Gorum?
Miss. I think you can do it alone, probably. Alright, she still hasn't said anything. Oh. I mean... They fucking attacked me. I didn't do anything. And you miss again. Why are you so bad? Are we blessed? How long are we blessed? For 2 minutes. There we go. Oh, she got the attack, right?
Done with waiting.
Just letting the ink dry.
Everywhere I go, a pole hangs over everything.
Mary's breathing heavily. Amory stands over the corpse of the fallen monster. What'd you say? See me in action? I almost chopped its head off. Nice. Lindsay says, yes, a real epic battle, just like the sagas. I won't even have to embellish it for the book. That's it, trial done. Now, no one dare say Amory is weak. She grins and thrusts her chest out. You are a valiant warrior. Were there truly fools who doubted your strength? Some did, you know. I spit on them. No one will dare bark at me now. Still, why did you want to kill this monster? You passed the test back when you were with your tribe, didn't you? Amira's face reddens. Well, not just pups must pass this test. If a man is a newcomer to a tribe, he must bring a monster's hide, proves he's not weak. Her voice trails off and then falls silent. I'm honored you consider me part of your new tribe. You're a strong and valiant warrior. Yes, let's go with that. Just don't start this, that... Mirror stops trying to choose the right words. Don't talk me about honor and valor. I know already, she frowns and turns away. Still, I owe you thanks. You have a true chief's heart. Nice. You know what? If we meet another monster like this, I'll kill it too. Not just for a test. Just that nobody would ever dare say Amiri isn't a warrior. Loot! Again. Again. Alright, we had a bunch of loot, so maybe there's more loot to be found? Check it out. Oh, you can do a quick save here.
The path is clear.
Path is clear indeed. So where's the exit? Can we see the exit on the map? We can. Oh, I see. Can move from the map as well. To do the thing. Yeah, I don't think we need to rest for this. Wait. Random encounter, you have spotted enemies. We can fight them, or we can try to avoid them. We're gonna fight them, right? Yeah.
Running won't help you.
Oh, it wasn't even like we didn't... Oh, I see.
A solid plan.
Repent!
Oh, your fuckers are ranged, are you, eh?
Forced my hand.
Wait, no. No.
Repent. Your life.
You're gonna take this, and you're gonna do bless. No. No, no, no. Maybe no bless.
Let us strike as one.
We got 9 experience and no loot. Is that it?
Tread lightly.
Kinda seems that way.
Let us be careful.
You find something? No.
I'm listening.
Oh.
Head on.
It took a little bit of damage, but that doesn't really matter, does it? Survivor, 2 out of 100. I kind of want to rest before the encampment, don't I? Make a save where we... What was it called? Technic? I don't even know. It's gonna be fine. Yeah. We don't need a rest. interesting.
Enemy near.
Alright. Fire courage. And it is laughter. Wait. Oh, yeah, Kalana is right there. So let's do hit his laughter on this. Do you have any CC? No, you do bless. What do you have? Blessing of the Fruitful. Sacred bonus on attack rolls, skill checks, ability checks, saving throws. Oh, what do we have here? Blessing of the Faithful. Oh, long, short. Oh, we can just spam this. Attack rolls, skill checks, ability checks, saving throws. And to AC. So let's bless. Oh, actually, we can do. Can spend 1 use of channel energy when activating this ability to increase the duration to a number of points equal to the number of dice. Alright. Let's buff Mary here. Oh, there are more of them. Holy shit. So many. Will save on hideous laughter, eh? Are you gonna attack Kalana? Is that it? No, no, no. Oh, right. You're still... Yeah, we're waiting on that. What can you do? True Strike. Temporary gain intuitive insight to the future. Ah, that's fine. You're gonna do the smite stuff. Do we go for the wolf or no? Alright, you do your spell thing. Oh, you can stun someone, right?
Forwards.
Sweet. Alright, so since that was a stun, we do need to go after Kalana so she doesn't just keep summoning stuff. So we're gonna add this and we're gonna run over here. We're just gonna go attack that. Alright. So do you have a Blessing of the Faithful now? You do. Alright, so who else? You can get Blessing of the Faithful as well. Arim can attack this wolf, that's fine. You need to rage. Yeah, both of you are fine. What are you doing, Amiri? Alright, let's see what happens. Yeah, Valerie can go over here, that seems good. Oh shit, you took a beating, didn't you? Wait, just from one wolf dealing all that damage? That does not look good. Alright, so cure moderate wounds on Harim. Lindsay's attacking this. No. Wait, are you Hideous Laughter? No. We need to do Hideous Laughter on this mage. No, on this mage. Oh, sweet. A success for once. And then you're gonna attack here. Valerie's fighting defensively. That's looking good. Alright, what are you doing? Heal! Are you still healing? What is happening? Why don't you have your health yet? Also, are you feared? Frightened? Do you have like Oh, that's touch range. I see. That's why we haven't healed yet. So, you know what? Let's use that just in case. Oh, sweet. Spell failed. Mary's gonna be in problem here. Your moderate wounds? Oh wow, that's a big fucking heal, isn't it? Oh, did we get her? Alright. I think we can tell everybody to attack this. Right? Oh, we got this archer here. I guess Harim can go... Yeah, let's spread out a little bit. Get the ranged people. Oh, we didn't start singing? Let's start singing. If we charge...
I'm not doing it wrong. The spell is flawed.
If we charge this way... What if Valerie stops fighting defensively? Actually, I kind of want Harim to go over here, don't I?
What a waste.
Then with a Mary here, Mary can go... Actually, can we just charge? Alright, that was a lot of damage on a Mary here, so... Cure moderate wounds. And you need to use acrobatics here because we don't want a... Alright, we got him.
Resting would be nice, don't you think?
Defeat Kalana. Sweet.
Patience.
You have channel positive energy. Let's do it. Oh, wait. Kalana drops her weapon and raises her hands, which are covered in blood. Mercy, don't kill me. Really? Oh, here says Regongar. Regongar? The half-orc bares his fangs. That is how you talk now, wretch? I've wanted to do this for so long. He casts a spell on his outstretched palm, and sparks begins dancing upon it. Octavia, the half-elf, puts her hand on his shoulder. Regongar, come now, let her go. It's one thing to kill her in battle, but executing her unarmed, why spoil the joy of being free? Wait, you think I was gonna free you? I'm here to pick up some slaves. No, I'm not. I wasn't really here to, well, partly to free them. It was more deal with the chick. I mean, we killed all the other ones, right? Regongar says, Octavia, are you out of your mind? This filth is from the Technic League. By her own hand, she enchained us. And you want to forgive her? Do you think she'll thank you? Ha! She'll just gather another band and try and catch us again, right? With neutral good, I will spare her life. Go back to Numeria, or lawful neutral. It is the right thing to punish your tormentor. Is that lawful neutral? Killer. Then we have chaotic neutral. She pissed me off. I will finish her myself. Or lawful evil. As a future lawful ruler of these lands, I want to practice carrying out public executions. Alright, before deciding her fate, I want to ask some questions. I mean, I kind of want to kill her. I'm kind of going with lawful neutral here. I mean, we're in a very lawless land. Alright, before deciding her fate, I will ask some questions. Alright, I will tell you everything. I know much. You will see. I'm much more used to you alive than dead. Oh, nice. We're gonna ask questions. A good choice. Tell me about the Technic League. It's an ancient alliance of wizards and scholars of the Numerian wastelands and its technologies. We are the mightiest organization in the whole of Numeria. We possess powers that the uninitiated could only dream of, and our agents are everywhere, not just in Numeria. Believe me, these are not the people you want as enemies. Valerie says, only cowards with no honor reckon sheer power a good reason for an alliance. Oh, is that true? What other reasons are there for an alliance? Isn't kind of the definition of an alliance power that you want to cooperate to gain more power, and that's why you create an alliance in the first place? Diplomacy, I suppose, is a... Oh, actually, yeah. Power and diplomacy. Power because you're stronger together, and diplomacy because, well, less reasons that we're gonna fight in the future, eh? Is it normal for the Technic League to grab random people from the road to enslave them? Polana shrugs. The Technic League is so strong because it is never ashamed of taking what it needs, whatever the laws may say. We were missing a slave. We underestimated you. That was a mistake. Of course, I apologize. What are you doing in this part of the world? I was sent by Maestro Janusz. He's a very important person and a mighty wizard who taught these two ungrateful slaves everything they know. He will be furious, find out they're free, and will certainly find the one who stole the Technic League property. Believe me, he does not need me for that. Whether you kill me or not, he will find you in no time. Mirror says, you say this Magistro guy of yours will find us anyway? Then I guess we don't get anything out of sparing you, says Amiri. You'd best not anger the maestro. If you kill me, he'll be furious. Amir says, oh, I'm so scared, you know. I actually like getting slavers and other assholes angry with me, and then I get to cut them into pieces. Why did you have these two in chains? Because we own them. The Technic League spent vast sums of money on these two. We nurture them, fed them, treated them, even taught them magic for many years. They cost us a fortune, and we're not going to just set them free, whatever your local custom says. We are fully in our rights. Oh, let's kill the fucking slavers. Yeah, let's do it. I don't have any more questions. Alana says, listen to me. Do not make any hasty decisions. I'm an important person in the Technic League. I have connections. You will benefit from such an ally. Oh, I see a reason not to ally with someone. Yeah, power alone is not enough. There's... the end justifies the means. So let's do murder. Christian says sparing a repentant sinner is a good deed, but I hear no repentance in her words. She seeks impunity, not mercy. Nice. Gongar says, you see now what a slimeball she is? Step aside, let me fry her. Well, I mean, I kinda... You know what? It's fine, yeah. The right thing? You punish it. Sure, whatever. If you really want to kill her, go ahead. I was gonna kill her myself, but... Actually, and I do want to move a little bit towards chaos, right? She did piss me off. But she pissed you off more. So, whatever. Yeah, kill her, Regongar. The half-orc bares his fangs in a grin of triumph and raises his hand, lightning sparkling. I zap thee with my heart. Octavia says, I didn't mean to spoil the victory, but on the other hand, she deserved it. She did indeed, Octavia. Aha, we're free, I can't believe it. Free as the birds in the sky. Whew! Ha ha ha! Regongar holds Octavia tight and laughs, and lightly kisses... She laughs and lightly kisses him on the lips. Thank you, you have no idea how long we've tried to escape the Technic League. This is a miracle! You're good fighters? Are you, though? Are you good fighters? I mean, I suppose. Who are you? I'm Regongar, and this is Octavia. The rotten Numerian held us as slaves, but we are no mere scavengers. You see the crowd they had guarding us? Because we use magic. And I'm not bad with a blade if it comes to that. Oh, are they gonna join us? What is this technically? Wait. They're alright, we could use them on our team, says Amiri, right? What is the Technic League? Octavia says a huge man-eating spider, catching all of Numeria in its webs. They're a secret society of arcane spellcasters who study... Well, secret. They're not very secret, are they? Study ancient technology. They have eyes and ears throughout this land and abroad. If it is even said they have Kevoth Cool in their pocket, the very sovereign of Numeria. Regongar says they also control all the slave trade in the country. I've seen many young treasure hunters' adventures end at the slave market. Ugh. May the Technic League rot in Abaddon. Valerie says, there is nothing worse than a nation in which a secret criminal organization has consolidated power. Even an openly cruel tyranny is better than the infection that festers in Numeria, is it? How did you get captured? Octavia, I've lost count how many times we've tried to escape. I can't name all the things we've tried, but we were caught every time. And then they'd just take us somewhere else. I don't know who'd want to buy us, but imagine how happy we were when we learned they were taking us to the River Kingdoms, where slavery is forbidden. Indeed, we tried so many times to escape, yet in the end the League itself brought us to the freelance under heavy guard. I'll grant you, if it wasn't for you, who knows where we'd go next. They didn't answer the question. Good fighters. Want to join my group? Of course! Octavia, what do you say? I would be happy to join you. Oh, sweet. Suddenly we have 2 more than we need, eh? It's like... Oh, they are companions. They're not part of the group. They're just our companions. I see. Maybe temporary. How's that gonna... Oh, I don't get to control them. They're just gonna join in and tag along for a bit. Maybe? I don't even know. Moonpie Dumpling says my computer just crashed for no reason. Ooh, that sounds scary. Usually there is a reason. I was compiling software and gaming at the same time and it just shut down. That sucks. Freedom! Freedom, freedom. Alright. Collect all the stuff. Can we loot? Collect all. Oh, hopefully good loot, eh? More good loot. Moonpie Dumpling says I was following the official steps of Chasm VNC to compile using their scripts, which called Docker. I mean, there could be a multitude of reasons, right?
Anything else?
Unlocked. Very nice. You know what? Let's make a quick save here. At least Linux is more resilient than Windows. When Windows randomly crashed, it had to do the repair thing. But Linux just reboot and continue working. Yeah. Might be an idea to check, like... Oh man. I think like that. 1 time is no time.
Clear.
2 times is 1 time too many. That's usually how I... How I think about that stuff. Actually, we're overweight here, so let's sort by weight. But if it starts happening multiple... over and over again, that's when I start checking log files or whatever. Right, these are all the same, right? So we can just... drop... 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 drop this. And drop a few shields as well. Alright. Can drop that stuff, it's fine. Here we go. Moonpie Dumpling says I could check logs, or I can just pretend it didn't happen, which is what I'm gonna do. That's what I usually do, yeah. Pretend it didn't happen. I mean, it might be just that... maybe it just overheated, right? Because you were gaming and compiling. Yeah, let's leave all that stuff, it's fine. Oh, I should have rested.
May we have a moment of respite?
You know what? Yeah. Let's put up camp.
I'd like to sit at a desk in my own library, writing memoirs, with someone bringing me a nice cup of hot tea. Oh, who am I kidding? I wouldn't be able to sit still for a day.
The hunting took 14 hours. Oh, I see. Failed it. But 16 cores should be able to easily handle, or the thermal throttle if needed, right? Yeah. Actually, it is really hot. Maybe that was it. Oh, the non-hardware accelerated Twitch streams I'm playing muted in the background probably don't help. Probably don't help, yeah. Alright, actually, something we need to check is everybody's inventory. Here you go. Here, that's fine. No, I don't need to enter this location. I need to go home, so we're gonna go this way. Yeah. Yeah, and we're gonna go with this.
I'm hungry. When we
Yes, I want to begin resting. Moonpie Dumpling says, when I had 2 cores and 4 gigabytes of RAM, it wasn't enough. 16 cores and 16 gig of RAM still isn't enough. Yep, that's always how it is. Never gonna be enough. I mean, there are settings, right? You can tell it to compile using less resources. Moonpie Dumpling says, one project I wanted to do was to see if it was possible to chain together machines to act as if they had more RAM and CPU than they actually did. Like I could combine the RAM of servers, I guess. Huh. Issue is that the network was bottlenecked. It's extremely slow compared to RAM and CPU. Oh, right, yeah. We're so close, though. We can rest at the place instead. Yeah, let's not. Yes. We can rest here. Very nice. I remember, yeah, I tried Gentoo for a little bit and decided, well, all this compiling is driving me nuts. I'm just not gonna do that. Well, soon enough, right? When you have made sure that, what's it called? The Chasm VNC server, when it builds and works in Nix, and you make your own derivation, it's gonna end up in the cache, right? So you don't have to compile it yourself anymore in the future. Just download the binary. Good times, good times. With a delighted smile, Octavia inhales the smell coming from Oleg's trading post. Fresh bread, I can't believe it. All this time we sat in cages and crawled in the mud. There were places in the world where they were baking fresh bread. Were indeed. And here we are. I bet they have clean sheets. Maybe we can even take a bath. Oh, a girl can dream. Get some rest, you deserve it. You deserve it. To be honest, the food here is not very good. Very nice. Get some rest, you deserve it. You can be sure of that. I've got years of rest to catch up on, and I'll be stuffing my face until I turn into a ball. Oh yeah, that you're gonna be throwing up, aren't you? You're gonna get sick. You do so much for us. Is it all because of you are kind, or maybe the half-elf smiles flirtatiously? Maybe it's because you've been charmed by my beauty. Nice. Exactly, I would never have found the Technic League's encampment if your beauty hadn't beckoned me. Wait, what are you asking? We're friends, or I'm taking care of you because you're in my party now. We'll have to save each other in battle more than once. No, exactly. Tavia laughs out loud. For a moment, something more than just friendliness flashes across her eyes. Oh, you're so sweet. Alright, enough talk. Fresh bread and clean sheets await. Do it. Oh, shit, I could have gone and picked up the stuff. Right, I should go. Let's do some trading with Oleg here. The Scutter is dead! Could mount his head on the wall as a trophy. Oleg looks at the blood-stained boar's head with respect, touching its tusk with his finger to test how sharp it is. That's one heck of a beast. I'd love to have a trophy like that, but a deal is a deal. The head goes to the old Benson, and his bounty goes to you. Masterwork longbow? Sweet. Moonpie Dumpling says, so basically software has to be specifically written for a cluster like Kubernetes. Yes, I understand. And I like the thing I was recommended that some people do is that they use CacheX or whatever. Then they set up a they set up their own server somewhere that does all the compiling for them. Slowly but surely, right? Instead of doing it on your own computer, you can just outsource the compiling. Sure, it's gonna take a long time, but actually, that's not gonna work for development. That only works for Nix, right? If there is stuff that you want that are not and is not gonna be in Nix packages, then you can set up your own binary cache. Moonpie Dumpling says it compiled fine now. Nice. But it only compiles to a distro-specific package. How do you mean? Show me your wares, Oleg. We're gonna sell some stuff here. We're gonna keep that. Definitely, someone is gonna equip this. We're gonna keep that. We're gonna keep both of those. We're gonna keep a shield. We're gonna keep a spear. Both of those. Sell all of those. Where's that masterwork bow? Oh, wait, that's what I got? One of these? Nothing special with it, eh? Oh yeah, they're all the same, aren't they? They are indeed. Moonpie Dumpling says, so Chasm has a lot of hacks, and it does stuff like compile WebP and libjpeg turbo from source and make install it, but Nix provide those in Nix packages. Right. I mean, I know it is possible to set it up that oh, I wonder if you need to... wonder how that works, right? If you can compile them and make a special version of them from within the Chasm derivation, or if both of those need their own specific derivations. Like if you need to provide them specifically for... No. It would probably work to set it up. Yeah, it would probably work to set it up inside the chasm derivation. So that they are built the proper way, if you will. That is way above my... all of those. My skill levels, indeed. Oh, we did here. Wand of Find Traps. What else do we have? Wand of Expeditious Retreat. Kind of boring. What else did we have? Those are antiques. We don't care about that. We're keeping all the books as well, right? Oh, here we go. Artificial flower. Merchant. Merchant. Holy shit, there's so much inventory management. Bloodstone. Quartz. Pearl. I think I do want to... Yeah. I do want to keep cooking ingredients. And we want to keep the recipes so we can bring cooking ingredients for... recipes. Deal. Alright, let's do inventory management first, and then we can talk to people, yeah. Moonpie Dumpling says, yep, and Nix also provides Tiger VNC, so I also wouldn't have to compile from source there. Nix seems to make building software easier in other ways than just the main system of derivations. How do you mean? I mean, the whole point is building reproducible software, right? That's the whole goal. I mean, why not have a crossbow, eh? Maybe a heavy crossbow instead of a light one? Oh, I only have light crossbows. What about you? Can you get, like, a bow? No. A short bow, but not the long bow. I see. Can I equip the quarterstaff? I can, right? That's a monk weapon. You know what? We're gonna have that as an equipment set. We could do monk weapon stuff instead of just fisting. Moonpie Dumpling says, no, wait, I need the source code of Tiger VNC. Nick can probably automate pulling this. Usually what you try to do, right? Bonus to intelligence. Sweet. Oh, I guess we can just... Here you go. Like that. Bring your scimitar, that's fine. Maybe you should have some melee weapons as well. 6, 1 to 10. A heavy mace and a shield. Oh, here we go. Wand of Find Traps. Can I have that? I can.
I would love to, but I can't.
Oh, I see. I see. That's where the wand ends up. Right, you gain intuitive insight to the workings of traps. You gain an insight bonus to your caster level. Alright, so that is that trickery? Disarm traps, not find. It's gonna be perception to find traps, right? So this wand here, we can just keep it in our inventory. It would be our character because we're gonna have a lot of perception. What about this other wand here? The spell increases your base speed by 30 feet. This adjustment is treated as an enhancement bonus. There's no effect on other modes of movement, such as spur, climb, fly, or swim. And it seems pretty neat. Alright, I was gonna check. What about this here? S-Stock. Can anyone equip that? No one knows how to use an S-Stock. What about this? This is light armor. Can equip that. You can. You have light armor, right? So we can do +1 enhancement. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh, look at that. 20 arcane spell failure chance. We don't want spell failure chance on you, do we? What does that even mean? Arcane spell failure. Let's check it out. Pathfinder, Kingmaker. What's it called? Arcane spell failure. Arcane spell failure. Yeah, what the heck is arcane spell failure? How does this mechanism work? I don't understand why there's a check for enlarging a person. It doesn't make sense to me. Okay. Arcane spell failure is what happens when arcane casters try to cast a spell in armor. Whenever they attempt to cast a spell, they have a % of the spell failing based off the type of armor. Bottom line, don't put armor on wizard or sorcerers. So this leather armor is actually a bad idea because we have a 10% chance to just fucking fail. Don't have a lot of spells though. And my person does not wear armor. You have 30% arcane spell failure check. That's even... Oh, wait. Wizard and sorcerers. Oh, here we go. Bards can safely cast in light armor, high-level magi in medium, and later heavy armor. Shields also mess up casting. To balance casters, although strangely, divine casters don't have this drawback. Oh. So you can just have whatever armor. It's divine magic. Oh, but this chainmail is still fantastic. So that means that we can probably use this chain shirt. Probably. Maybe. Who knows? How did I not sell the clear quartz, I wonder? Oh, right. We had Headband of vast intelligence. We just do this. Who? Lindsay has intelligence. Tavia has intelligence. But let's put the ring on Lindsay then. Oh, it's a headband. Oh, there you go. I don't want to keep the wands in my inventory. Inventory management is nuts. And yes, I just lost items nuts as I was saying that. Purely intentional. Alright, so, do we need 2 of these? Oh, wait. No. We don't need 2 of these, we don't need 2 of these. We don't need 2 of these. Don't need 2 of these. Don't need 2 of those. Yeah, sell all the stuff. That's what we're doing. We're selling all the stuff. Well, maybe not all the stuff, but some stuff. What about this short sword here? Maybe. Right. Want the 1. Yeah, because our party is 6, so bringing camping supplies and rations, 6 of them seems like a good idea. If I don't want to spend time to go hunting, I suppose. Milk. Handsomely. What's inventory management? Right, we're gonna sell all that and we're just gonna buy a bunch of cure wounds. Talk to Regongar. Tell me about yourself. What is there to know? I was born, I'm alive, I haven't died yet. Is that not enough for you? You remember your childhood? Regongar skulls. What crap questions? I was just a kid when they sold me. Before that, I don't remember much. Smoky, fire, stinky hides, always burning, bumping along on a horse. I think I was born on one of the Kelid tribes of Numeria. There are many. Some survive on their own, some give up their pride and serve the Technic League. I guess mine was one of the cowards. If they sold their own kids. I remember my father's hand, rough, scarred, white. So I guess I get this green skin from my mother, but I don't remember her. I think I remember playing with another half-orc child. A brother, maybe? For some reason, they didn't sell him, just me. Father gave him his dagger to play with. Never gave it to me. Ugh. I don't want to remember. Forget all this. I'm an orphan. Yeah. What deity do... Wait. I grew up a slave that I remember well. So many things burned into my memory. Most of all, I remember her, my Octavia. Today, we're almost the same age, but... back then, she was twice as young as me. Just a child, but a brave one, cunning, bold, and beautiful, the most beautiful girl in the world. What deity do you worship? Ha! I never got much help from the gods so far, but... if you make me choose, I'd say Callistra. Who else would I worship? Favored Sting, the goddess of pleasure, fun, and revenge. Oh yes. Lust and revenge, indeed. Where did you get your magical powers? What magical powers? The hell's you talking about? Oh, you mean these? Regongar makes lightning run over his hands with a contented smile. Then he snaps his fingers, invoking a shower of blinding sparks. I've had them since I was born. At least one thing I can think of thank my scum parents for. Maybe these powers are why they sold me to slavery. They were scared? Who knows? Damn Numerians. At the Technic League, they drew my blood, did experiments, burned me with fire, tortured me with cold, electricity, and they told me, you won't believe it, they told me I have a blue dragon blood in my veins. Not bad, huh? I'm a dragon, you freaks. Come check my blood if you dare. Grinning, Rigongar strikes his palm with a fist and another fountain of electric sparks shoots upwards. What do your tattoos mean? They are magical, they help me to control my powers. They technically gave them to me. I'd hoped that somewhere on my body there were at least one sign left of my tribe, but no, I guess they didn't care to bother. To hell with them, they better hope I never find them. If I ever meet my father, I will even the score between us. How do you manage to use both the sword and magic and not cut off your fingers? It's simple. I'm just that bloody good. Do you enjoy making people suffer? Why should I care about their suffering? I do what I want. If I step on someone's toes, then they shouldn't have put themselves in my way. By chasing someone down just to torture them, that's only entertainment for maniacs like the Technic League. Well, on second thought, well, for them I would make an exception. I'd love to watch them fry nice and slow. Winpa Dumpling says, alright, I'm getting tired, so I will log off. Good night. Good night to you too. Thanks for hanging out. And good job on your VNC work, eh? Have a good one. But why do you ask? Do my methods shock you? Oh, the puns! Rigongar clenches his fist, buzzing with sparks, and laughs loudly at his joke. What do we have? Lawful good. It seems to me you're nothing like a common felon, or neutral good. If you treat your enemies like that, what makes you better than them? Or lawful neutral. So long as you're in my party, try to control yourself. I don't like meaningless atrocities. I like that. I don't like meaningless atrocities. Yeah, I like that. If you say so, you're the boss. We'll make sure all our atrocities are meaningful. Wouldn't want to upset the boss. There we go. Thanks for your answers. Oh wow, that was just one of them. Tell me about your life in Numeria. You mean my life as a slave? I didn't see much except for the slave barracks and the League's twisted laboratories. We already know the answer to this question, so why is it here again? How did you happen to become a slave? I was sold by my own tribe when I was just a little brat. So I grew up in a slave barracks. I was raised to be sold like a battle animal. They tried to break me, but they picked the wrong brat. No matter how much you beat this animal, he only gets angrier. Why didn't your masters teach you magic? Can't you guess? Because magic is in my blood. It's why they bought me. I wasn't raised as some lowly mop slave, but a murder machine. I'd fetch quite a nice sum of gold. You might also ask how they knew. I take the first opportunity to rip their own guts out using everything they taught me. Of course they did, but that's the Technic League. They calculate risk. Octavia kept pretending to be simple-minded so they wouldn't expect anything of her, but I made every effort, though they didn't teach me much. What is there to teach? It's not book magic, it's innate. They made me practice with my sword more, but I did my best in everything. I studied all I could. They knew they were racing an enemy, but they thought they could keep me on a short leash. Or sell me to someone with deep pockets, so I'd become someone else's problem. But who won in the end, huh? Who's free? Who will bury them all? What else did you see beyond your life in chains? What could I have seen? Well, when we ran, we went through the Starfall. That's a fine city, big, loud, many merchants, things to see, things to steal. But I didn't have much chance to walk around. It's the very nest of the sodding Technic League. We were focused more on getting out alive. We met some barbarians. I asked them who might know what tribe I'm from, but they didn't know anything. I don't have any tribal tattoos, nothing. Actually, they are alright, well, some of them. The blood pikes, for one, they're great. All the rivers are theirs. We sailed with them during one of our escapes. Almost all the way to Brevoy. And they didn't turn us in. But the White Scars got us after that. Those guys are shit. They've sold their pride to the Technic League. Oh, one more thing. One time Octavia and I tried to escape and stumbled across a Numerian monster. I'll never forget it. A huge spider. The size of a house, made of metal, spitting fire, shooting deadly rays all around. That thing could probably tear even a dragon to pieces. Ruined our escape plans too. We had to go back. Did you and Octavia try to escape? So many times. They always got caught? What do you think? Of course we tried. I stopped counting how many times. Jumped from windows, dug tunnels, choked out guards or seduced them. That happened too. But those dirtbags caught us every time. Every bloody time. My back is covered with whip scars. Lucky we were prize property. They'd spent too much gold on us to kill us. Anyone else would be hung and forgotten. But they kept trying to break us and recoup their expenses. I don't know whether I could have survived by sheer stubbornness if it weren't for Octavia. I probably couldn't have. I would have just given up and died. But I had to pull my girl out of that meat grinder, and she believed in me. And had enough hope for both of us. When I lay there with my back slashed to pieces, she whispered to me about the River Kingdoms, where there is no slavery, where everyone can go wherever they want and take whatever they want. I mean, I'll be damned, but I thought she was just making this up to keep our hopes alive, and now it turns out to be true. All of it, every last word. No chains, no slaves, no laws. Just live and be happy. So, slavery is legal in Numeria? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. There are some laws against it, but even Starfall, a third of the people live in bondage, and that's the capital. In regions where Black Sovereign's hand doesn't reach, they hold tribal customs instead of laws. The barbarians don't keep slaves, instead they have thralls. Big bloody difference. Oh, thank you for your answers. What kind of relationship do you have with Octavia? Well, my Octavia and I don't have a relationship. We have a life together. Nice. How did you meet? Back when we were children, we were taken as apprentices by a great spellmaster, Janusz. Maestro Janusz, he called himself. He was our teacher. Well, he made Octavia read books and memorize spells. I have my own innate magic. He trained me, taught me how to control my gift so I wouldn't lose control and incinerate myself like a dumbass. Oh, teacher, we will meet again. There's one more test I must pass. You were asking about my Octavia. We've been together all our lives. We learned everything together. How to weave magic, how to survive. As we grew older, we learned how to love. Without each other, we would never have gotten out of there. That's for sure. We would have given up and surrendered to death. But together, that's a different story. Not the first time, not the 10th, but eventually we made it out. I wonder why they weren't separated. That seems like... yeah. If you wanted to break them, why not separate them? That feels like a no-brainer. Oh. They take solace from each other and we want to break them? Just separate them. Make sure they never see each other ever again. Why do you call her yours? She doesn't seem to like that very much. My girl loves freedom so much, and even a slight chance of losing her frightens her. She's so smart. You really think she feels like I'm trying to make her mine, like an apple stolen at a market? Me, who was skinned alive for trying to help her escape? If she's afraid of the word my, it's because she doesn't understand the difference between my boots and my heart, but she will understand sooner or later. Are you and Octavia faithful to each other? Octavia and I are connected, and this connection cannot be broken. We grew into each other, you know? Jealousy is for the weak cowards who don't trust each other and are scared of being tricked. If a knight on the side threatens your love, that means that there was no real love there to begin with. She and I are together to the end, and we will never part from each other. So when she likes some lad or some lass, it's no drama to me. I just ask her whether she wants me to leave them alone or join in. And she does the same. What, are you judging us? Or maybe you just want to join us in our tent, Half-orc grins. Is that an invitation? Well, then maybe I will. Is that so? Regongar measures you with an openly lustful look. I will think about it. Thank you for your answers. What did you say when you were killing Alana? What? Oh, that? Lystra's holy words, I stab thee with my heart. We say that when we get our vengeance. Those words make it so much sweeter. Right. I have to go. As long as you want to know anything else, just ask. Don't be shy. Don't go pale when I answer. Oof. A lot of reading. What else can we do? We can go and sell some stuff before we talk to Octavia. Lots and lots of conversations. Do you have new conversations? Like, no. What about Svetlana? Seems like no. Show me your wares. Alright, so we sell all of this stuff. I forgot to check the books. So much reading. Fine though. The deal. I mean, now that we have a couple of healers, maybe we can live without so many potions. Alright, let's check our journal. What do we have? Prove your worth. Mary passed her trial, but even that doesn't seem enough for her. She demands we find another monster and let her prove herself in battle once again. You'd think she already gets enough opportunities to swing her sword. Well, at least we're in the Stolen Lands, where monsters are never in short supply. Yeah. We did kill Tusk Gutter, yep. Wait, find the Temple of the Elk? Oh, right, we're gonna talk to... Yeah. Talk to Jod here.
How may I serve you?
I found the Temple of the Elk and killed the beast there.
Erastil be praised, you finally returned, my good friend. Tristan told me how you helped him at the Temple of the Elk. Thank you for heeding my request. My heart is calm and filled with confidence that I've followed the will of my God. I would like to reward your bravery. I possess no treasure, but please, take this as a token of appreciation.
Isn't that...
As far as I know, your next target looks to be the Stag Lord himself. With the Temple of the Elk cleansed of evil, the fog surrounding us should disperse to reveal the path to the brute's lair. Of course, magic so powerful is unlikely to disappear all at once. Bide your time. Follow up on other concerns while you wait. I will gladly aid you on your noble quest. Erastil himself foresaw our meeting.
You understand the true meaning of your visions now?
I trust in their truth. These visions They were the voice of Erastil himself, quiet but clear. Before all this happened, I believed Erastil had turned his back to me, but now I see clearly. He has shown me divine mercy, for he has led me to you and invited me to aid in a fellow priest's deliverance. Lady Sarenrae and Erastil walk the paths of the gods hand in hand, and so must their servants as well. Christian is undoubtedly still very young, and youth is a time of naivete and confusion. But I see kindness and strength of spirit in him, traits indispensable to a priest. I sense that all that's transpired thus far is only the beginning, and the future promises great things for Christian and for you. This is why Erastil led me to the Temple of the Elk. Day and night I pray for you and for my young friend. May the stag god lead you down the true path. As you
That's
wish.
enough. Thank you for the story. Yep. Oh, we leveled up. Oh yeah. Level up. We get level 3 and then we get Insightful Strike. May use Wisdom as a bonus in lieu of Strength or Dexterity on attack rolls. Sweet. No, we're at level 3 now. Key pool at 3rd level, a monk gains a pool of key points, supernatural energy that he can use to accomplish amazing feats. The number of points in a monk's key pool is equal to half his monk level plus his wisdom modifier. Nice. We have a bunch of key pools. As long as he has at least one key point in his key pool, he can make a key strike. Very nice. At 3rd level, that's where we are, key strike allows his unarmed attacks to be treated as magic weapons for the purpose of overcoming damage reduction. There we go. Only the key strikes, not normal stuff. Actually, let's... we don't have to look at the other levels now. By spending 1 point from his key pool as a swift action, a monk can make 1 additional unarmored strike at his highest attack bonus when making a flurry of blows attack. This bonus attack stacks with all bonus attacks gained from flurry of blows, as well as those from haste and similar effects. A monk gains additional powers that consume points from his key pool as he gains levels. The key pool is replenished each morning after 8 hours of rest or meditation. These hours do not need to be consecutive. Alright, what else do we have? Alright. 3rd level key strike allows the monk's unarmed attacks to be treated as magic. Weapons for the purpose of overcoming damage reduction. I wonder how we'd like... It's not a lot of damage, right? The improved unarmored strike. I guess... Is that another? I don't even know. Then we have Inspire Competence, which is new. A sensei of 3rd level or higher can use this performance to help allies succeed at a task. They must be within 30 feet and able to see and hear the sensei. They get a +2 competence bonus on a skill check as long as they continue to hear the sensei's performance. Look at that. The bonus increases +1 for every 4 levels. That seems fucking great. What else do we have? Yeah, that's it. Get a feat. But yeah, we're taking a monk level. Definitely. And then we go to next. Get some skill points. What is most important? Perception. Going fucking nuts on perception. We probably can get some persuasion as well. Actually, we have so many other people that has that, so maybe not. What about mobility? Mobility is great. Maybe we should get some athletics so we're not so terrible at it. Don't really have to care about lore. Or knowledge of the world, right? We take mobility. I think we take athletics, yeah. Get good at athletics seems like a good idea. And... fucking persuasion? Or stealth? Oh, we can take another point in... oh, I see. You're fine. We can take another point in athletics. There we go. Here we go. And we get to... it's a feat. Wonder if I can choose... oh, no. You can also choose unarmored strike, right? I'm thinking that's what we're gonna do. Unarmored strike, right? Or if you're a spellcaster... benefit, you gain +1 bonus to all attack rolls you make with the selected weapon. Special. You can gain this feat multiple times. Its effect does not stack, but you can get a new weapon. You'll get a +1 attack. What else is there that we could choose? Alertness. Perception. Back to back. Blind fight was pretty neat, wasn't it? Combat mobility. Oh, crane style. Here we go. You only take -2 penalty on attack rolls for fighting defensively. While using this style and fighting defensively, you gain another dodge. Yeah. That's what we were gonna do. Rain style. Yes, indeed. Yeah, there we go. Key power, extra attack, exactly. By spending 1 key point, we get double attack. And... what's, like, melee attack? Alright, complete.
I feel tired.
Wonder if other people leveled up as well? Oh, yeah. Oh, actually, before we do that, though, we can talk to someone else. Gotta sort this. Train style. You only take 2 penalty when fighting defensively. But we always get the... Right, we are 18 AC. If I turn that off, still at 18. Fleet-footed. Where's the dodge? You know what? That's fine. I think this is always going to be on, though, isn't it? Fire competence. Sort this stuff. We can turn off this for now. Paralyze. Oh, we're not gonna have good persuasion though, so that's fine. We have here, oh, key, extra attack. So we put that over here. We have the stunning fist. Hold person over here. I think we put fight defensively right there. We can put hold person here. There we go. What else do we have? Got that. So I guess we get to choose either inspire competence or inspire courage. Right, and we already have another one that inspires courage. Hello, X and me. Nice to see you again. How are you doing today? Do you think there are any countries that allow for religious asylum for a newly created religion? It's not about... Asylum, I don't think, is about your religion necessarily. That's not the focus. The focus is, are you persecuted? Yeah, I think that's how it works, X and V. That asylum is more, your religion doesn't matter, it only matters if you're fucked because of your religion. If that makes sense? I don't even well, it depends on the country, I suppose, but I would imagine that some people care about religious persecution, but I mean, persecution as persecution, right? If you're asking for asylum, I would imagine you can ask for asylum for any sort of persecution. That makes sense? So, short answer is yes. And I also don't even think you need to, like, you don't have to tell people that the religion is newly created. You can just say, this is my religion. If they ask, you could even lie, right? I mean, how long has the... free and open source software, right? How long has that been going on? You can say that, oh, this religion started in the 70s or whatever. It doesn't really matter, right? Right, if you're asking for asylum somewhere, they're not gonna ask you for documentation about when this religion was started or how it was started or... Right? Maybe they will. I think the problem is that... I think talking about your religion, that you would have difficulty. I don't even know. XNV says, in this scenario, the persecution is that I couldn't get recognition for my religious beliefs without violating my religious beliefs. Yeah, it's like, oh, what is that called again? I mean, different countries do different things, I would imagine, but... my guess is that you don't find a... You probably won't find a country that just has... oh, you're allowed to do whatever the fuck you want. No. I think the law always stands above religious freedoms. We have the law, and then below that we have religious freedoms. Yeah, I don't think in this scenario the persecution is that you couldn't get recognition for your religious beliefs. That's not persecution, though, is it? Like, you're not fearful for your life and need to flee the country. And I can't talk for the entire world. Like, I don't know how it works in, let's say you try to get asylum in Malaysia or whatever. I have no idea about that. But in many parts of Europe, there is this trend towards not letting people in. So I would imagine, I don't know, this is just me guessing, that it would not be enough in Northern and Western Europe. I don't think it would be enough from just... It's about the attitude that I see around me. Not necessarily about me having knowledge about how the system works. Because I don't have knowledge how the system works. I think it would probably be easier to emigrate rather than trying to get asylum in that regards. Just to move. And just get a permit. Permit or a visa or whatever. If you want to leave your country. That would be maybe easier. I don't know, though. Me guessing blindly. We're gonna talk to Tristan here. I don't like these noises that she makes. There was the same thing indoors before. There was a fucking cat making a bunch of noises. It was annoying. Tristan smiles as you approaches. Greetings. How may this humble chosen of the great Sarenrae help you? Tell me about yourself. About myself? I wouldn't know where to begin. Tristan pauses for a moment in thought. You know my name, my faith. I follow Sarenrae. I have traveled from the Padishah Empire of Kalesh to here. What else do you want to know? Wait, why? Why do you travel, eh? Forgive me, but from your manner and appearance, you don't strike me as a Kaleshite. Oh, I wonder if that's intentional. Calling people shites? Tristan smiled softly. You have nothing to apologize. Truly, I have received my name and appearance from my parents, who had come to Kalesh from afar. I never knew them, for the fate had separated us when I was young. So I grew up in Kalesh, raised by the followers of Sarenrae. My home is where my heart is. Heart has lost all hope. No, all love. I'm not a vampire. Within the temples of the great goddess, among the wise and generous men that took it upon themselves to take care of a child that was so unlike them, I learned mercy and patience at an early age, and it is these virtues that have made me the man I am today. Do you enjoy traveling? Christian nods, his eyes light up. Oh yes, no librarian, no archive, however large, would have ever allowed me to learn as much of the world as I have in my journeys. It was only outside of the temple walls I realized every living being is a world unto themselves, a world where many contradictions and passions coexist. That checks out, yeah. XNV says that I expect religious asylum requirements differ. That's what I would expect as well. But whatever they are, I haven't heard of it happening for a new religion. The closest I could find is the US granting asylum to a Scientologist from Germany. Oh, really? Interesting. I'd be aiming to go the other direction. A simple visa wouldn't provide a permanent solution. Right, but that's the thing, right? A simple visa is the first step. You go to the place, you get a job, and then you get, right? the end goal, I assume, right? Permanence is to gain, oh, what's that called again? Citizenship, right? That's the goal. Right? And you seem like a pretty clever and hardworking kind of fella. Kind of person. Yeah, hardworking. And, right? So if you could just show to the country you want to go to that, look here, I provided all of this stuff. Oh, actually, no, to do that, and also to get a visa, you need a lot of money. If you don't have a lot of money, that's going to be difficult, isn't it? Yeah. But that is surprising. Scientology. I would imagine atheist, right? There are plenty of places in the world where you get prosecuted for being an atheist. And that's kind of what I'm saying, though, right? It's not about the precedence with the Scientology, right? Is that in Germany, Scientology might not be allowed or whatever, right? If you can show that whatever your beliefs are, it doesn't matter what the beliefs are. If you can just show, these are my beliefs, and I'm fucked because of my beliefs, I don't think the popularity of the religion matters. New, old, localized, globalized. Right? The religion itself doesn't... I don't see how that would matter. The newness of the religion. He says, the goal is to provide a path for everyone with minimal requirements / dependencies. Oh, I'm the 3 virtues kind of person. Laziness, impatient, and hubris. Oh, fuck. I have those. I suffer from those. Yeah, laziness, impatience, and hubris. I have all of those. Fuck. Oh, virtues, eh? Minimal requirements dependency. Oh, I haven't seen that before. I kind of feel like the goal is to provide a path for everyone. I think that the religion is less important. And also, the only way to get to an old religion is to start a new religion and follow it long enough so that it becomes old. The 3 virtues. According to Larry Wall, the original author of the Perl programming language, there are 3 great virtues of a programmer. Oh, there we go. I haven't seen this before. Laziness, impatience, and hubris. Laziness, the quality that makes you go to great effort to reduce overall energy expenditure. Yeah, automate everything. It makes you write labor-saving programs that other people will find useful and document what you wrote so you don't have to answer many questions about it. Oh, I like how they put the document in there so you don't have to answer questions. Fantastic. RTFM. Impatience, the anger you feel when the computer is being lazy. This makes you write programs that don't just react to your needs, but actually anticipate them, or at least pretend to. Hubris, the quality that makes you write and maintain programs that other people won't want to say bad things about. Oh shit. I was thinking hubris was something else. Overbearing pride or presumption, arrogance. Oh shit. I wasn't thinking this. Excessive pride, presumption, or arrogance originally towards the gods. I don't think I have. Maybe not hubris. I was more thinking I have delusions of grandeur, and that doesn't help. Hmm. Hmm. Hello, Stone Lemonade. Nice to meet you. How are you doing today? Can you provide a syllogism proving evil to be non-contrary? Oh shit. I don't even know what syllogism is. Alright, a form of deductive reasoning consisting of a major premise, a minor premise, and a conclusion. For example, all humans are mortal. Ah, I see. All human are mortals. I am human. Wait. I thought Socrates was human. Therefore, Socrates is mortal. I reject that complete notion, Stone Lemonade. Yeah. I think evil is a subjective value judgment. I think that evil does not exist objectively. Like, I can't point to something and say, that is evil. Just like that is a human being, right? This is a thing. If I point at something and say that is evil, I say that objective morality does not exist, so therefore, no, I cannot provide a syllogism proving evil to be non-contrary, because evil is not a thing that exists out there in the world. Evil is a subjective value judgment. You just expressing your opinion when you say something is evil. So, I guess we can say all humans have opinions. I am a human, therefore I have opinions. But that doesn't feel like a proper answer to the question. Does that make any sense, Stone Lemonade? I feel like there is a thing missing here. I feel like there is a thing missing in the three virtues. Maybe hubris. Maybe it's not missing in the three virtues. Maybe I'm just lacking hubris. Because I don't write and maintain programs. Energy, right? I lack energy. Stone Lemonade says that can be applied to a lot of things then. If this attribute is subjective, then how can you believe in an external world outside of your consciousness? Pragmatism. In a nutshell, maybe I should expand that answer a little bit. You claim to be a living being that have your own consciousness. And you claim that you see this glass of water as well as I do. And so does everybody else that I meet. So I'm just going to go ahead and make an assumption that you actually exist and that you are conscious. And since both of you and me see the glass of water, I'm going to assume that the glass of water is something that exists. Actually, a better way to put it is, let's say that we can take Immanuel Kant's noumenon and phenomenon, right? For me to have experience of something outside of myself, there has to be something outside of myself. Right? René Descartes said, we can doubt everything except our own experience. Yes, but there is something, like even if you're a brain in a vat, the vat does exist. Right? It has to exist. And whatever, right? So I can say that I have a belief or knowledge. Let's call it knowledge. I would say that the existence of the external world is... Yeah, I would say that I have knowledge that there exists an external world. I don't know anything about the external world, and I don't really have access to capital K knowledge or can make true statements about the world or whatnot. But that's where the pragmatism comes in, right? I know there is stuff out there, and if everybody else says the same thing about the external world, I'm just gonna make an assumption and live by that assumption. For example, if I drop this thing, it will fall down. Oh, it did! And I do it again. Oh, it does. It does it all the time. So I learn from my own experience, and I talk to others, and everybody else says, yeah, when a thing drops down, when I drop it, it falls down. Everybody says so. I assume that everybody has the same experience, and there is where epistemologically I gain knowledge about useful, right? It has to be useful knowledge about the world. However, I have never seen or heard. No one has ever told me anything that gives me any reason to believe in morality as something existing outside of ourselves. The only thing I've seen are opinions. People have opinions about all kinds of things, and that's fine, right? Opinions are like assholes. We all have one. And I think that's fine, but I also think that we've made a fundamental mistake in how, well, mistake is not the right word, but there is a significant problem in how we use language and raise our children, because we use the word is. We say that, oh, that is evil, or we say that is bad, we say that is wrong when we're talking about moral things, but the language implies that we're making a statement about the action in itself, and the action in itself does not contain any evilness or goodness. That is something that is being prescribed by the person speaking. So I think that is a problem with language. That's why we have stopped using, like, the word evil is not very used a lot anymore, right? People stopped using good and evil, and then they started using right and wrong, and now we're in a position where less and less, like, it's been less common to talk about right and wrong because it's the same problem. So now we start talking about good and bad instead, but it's still the word is. It is evil, it is bad, it is wrong, right? It still have the same problem. XNV says that GDPR cookie consent banners are evil. That's objective fact. Oh man. I'm a fan of GDPR, but the cookie consent, actually, I want to flip around on that, because I don't want to consent to cookies. So I would evaluate and make my value judgment differently dependent on different cookie banners. Another one says, hi, I'm new. What's this stream about? Hello, new. I'm Dad. Old school, good one. Good stuff. What's this stream about? We are talking about asylum. We're talking about objective morality. I mean, you're new here, but I can tell you that happens more than once a week. And also a little bit checking out this game here from time to time. Stone Lemonade says, thank you for your input. I'm currently studying the problem of evil, and I've been looking at random places for different thoughts and opinions. Yeah. So, I'm assuming do you want to share your thoughts? Like an exchange of ideas? Like, was the thing that I was saying stupid? And why? I would be grateful. But if you're going somewhere else looking for input, then thanks for stopping by, I guess. Listening to me rant. I feel like I've seen that before. Wiki problem of evil. Isn't that like a argument against God? Isn't that what the problem of evil is? The problem of evil is the question of how to reconcile the... Oh, this is existentialism. No? Oh, yeah, the problem of evil is... if God... Yeah, I've seen that one before. Yeah, it's not a question about evil, it's a question about God. And I'm not really religious, so... Yeah. But I feel like one way to look at this is that the question is kind of posed in a way that's just kind of weird. Like, it's the idea, it's the same as the question, what is that? Can God create an immovable object? With the all-powerful thing, that the whole idea or the concept of all-powerful, omnipotent, is a stupid idea from the get-go, right? You don't even have to problematize it as talking about evil. I'm not a religious myself, but I could see a religious person saying that the whole concept of omnipotent is stupid because... Well, you can take it two ways and say that the question is stupid. One way is by saying that it's a logical paradox, right? Because an immovable object that God cannot move, right? The whole concept itself leads to a logical fallacy. That's one way of going, and that's the way I would have went. And I would say the problem of evil suffered the same thing, right? That the whole idea of saying that God is omnipotent is inherently a flawed concept. Or another religious person could flip it on its side and say, well, just because you cannot understand, right? God could create an immovable object, and God could move the entire universe around this object and make it move, or whatever, right? You don't fucking know, right? And there is this... you can shut people down by being a douchebag and say, well, oh, do you believe you understand the nature of God? Isn't that hubris? It bothers me that... There we go. Isn't that hubris? Thinking that you know the nature of God, that you think that you could understand God to such a degree. That's another way, just by attacking the person itself. That's another solution to the problem of evil. That's a dick move, though, and I wouldn't. Yeah, that's a dick move, and I wouldn't. Yeah. The other one says, your guys are exchanging ideas? That's contraband! That's illegal! You cannot share ideas. Time to call the thought police, eh, Nerdrunner? XNV says to Stone Lemonade that the righteous mind might interest you. I don't think it emphasizes biology enough, but more than most. The righteous mind. Righteous mind. Actually, maybe we check the wiki. I remember reading something about Jonathan Haidt. I remember that name. What was that? I remember him doing a study about emotions in left and right, and that... Was it the right-wingers that are very driven by... I don't remember. Hostility. Let's call it hostility. That's not what he said, but something like that, and whatnot. I remember, though, that there was this fun... When I was reading about Haidt, I had this... Oh, fuck, that was like years ago. Must have been like 4 years ago or something. There was a fundamental question about the nature of human beings that I found very interesting and that I felt I didn't have an answer to. I wonder if I ever figured out an answer to the question. Oh, fuck, I don't remember the question. Ugh. So Lemonade says, thanks for the recommendation. Good audiobook by the author, too. Nice. Right, The Righteous Mind, why good people are divided by politics and religion. 2012, Social Psychology, which the author described human morality as it relates to politics and religion. In the first section, Haidt demonstrates that people's beliefs are driven primarily by intuition. Yes, that. Intuition and emotion. I would highlight that our intuition is emotional, right? With reason operating mostly to justify beliefs that are intuitively obvious. I feel like this is what I've ended up saying something similar many times, right? That our opinions and our morality are derived from our emotional selves, our intuition. It checks out. They are not derived out of rationality. But a lot of people treat moral discussion as if it has to be rational, or they attack people for saying, oh, that's irrational, when they call out someone's opinions, when that kind of implies that there has to be some rationality imbued in your opinions. I mean, I'm a big fan of rationality and reasoning and do that more and more, but that's not the source of our opinions. Right? Our value judgments, when we look at something and say that is evil, that's an emotional, intuitive response. We feel, oh, that is gross, or that is ugly, or that is bad, or that is beautiful, and that makes me feel all tingly inside, right? That's the source for our ideas of morality. And then we can manipulate them through reasoning, right? In the second section, he lays out his theory that the human brain is organized to respond to several distinct types of moral violations. Much like a tongue is organized to respond to different sorts of food. In the last section, Haidt proposes that humans have an innate capacity to sometimes be groupish rather than selfish. Several distinct types of moral violations. Oh, right. We get upset when life is unfair, right? When life is unfair, we get upset, we get angry. We have a tendency towards that. I like the comparison with the tongue, because then we're talking about taste. One of my favorite examples to bring up is that not everybody likes licorice, right? We have different opinions. We have different tastes. Some people like, and you don't decide to like licorice. I mean, you can probably force yourself to start, like, if you eat licorice every day for a year, then maybe you'll start liking licorice. Maybe you won't, but, like, maybe it's an acquired taste and you can acquire the taste. But still, the first time you eat it and the second time you eat it, it's not up to you. You don't decide to like it. That's like intuition, your emotion. It just happens to you. And of course, we are a group species. Us and them. Yeah. I mean, we're one of the most cooperative species that has ever been seen in the history of this life, right? If we're talking about living creatures like animals. If we're talking about animals, humans are the most cooperative animal there is, right? I don't know. What other cooperative animals are there? I think humans are the most cooperative. Both within the human race and each other, and with other animals as well, right? We cooperate all over the place. Shit, none of these triggered that interesting question I had. Seems like a good book. I mean, we've just read the summary, and it kind of feels like maybe I don't have to read the book because I'm a lazy motherfucker, and all of this kind of made some sort of sense to me. Maybe it doesn't come with anything new. Oh, here we go. Harm, fairness, authority, in-group purity. Moral foundations. Oh, they're trying to build like a moral framework, a human moral framework. Just like we have human emotional framework, or the Big Five, or whatever. That seems like an interesting... interesting way to look at it. Non-human example in the book. Bees are cooperative. Groupish rather than selfish. I was thinking ants, but the bees are as well. Oh, bees are super cooperative. They cooperate within the hive, but they're also very cooperative with plants, right? There is a symbiotic relationship, a cooperative relationship with the plants and the bees. With the pollination, right? Which does not only, interestingly, it doesn't only provide benefit for the bees and the flowers. It provides benefit to the people who eats the flowers, and like a lot of farmers like having bees around because that improves yield of how much food you get from your crops. So it's kind of an ecological cooperation, like that. I think that would be count not as groupish, but rather than as side effect. Yeah. I don't think the bees pollinate for the sake of like, aha, I'm gonna go help the plants. I don't think that's the attitude bees have. I don't know. I've never been a bee or never talked to a bee. Maybe they do. But I would imagine that's more of an innate side effect, right? Just evolved that way rather than group work. Neurone says, how do we deal with magical thinking? I don't know what that means, Snowrunner. What is magical thinking? And why do we have to deal with it? You mean people who believe in magic? Nice to meet you. Bye-bye. That's one way to deal with it, I suppose. Like, I don't know. You mean like in a conversation with someone who believes in magic? If your goal is to help them not believe in magic anymore... Oh, there's even a wiki thing called magical thinking. If you want to help someone stop doing magical thinking, first things first is understanding their point of view, right? And then help them look outside the box they're in, help them find ways out of that box, I suppose. XNV says, I'm kind of looking forward to talking with bees and other animals. I think AI will make it possible. Oh, something that has been bothering me, or something that I'm like, why have we not managed to build a translation device or whatever and learned how to do two-way communication with dolphins yet? I mean, they do have spoken language, right? I remember seeing a video about something showing off how stupid it is when we have dolphins in captivity, and how the fuck do we train them? How do we communicate with the dolphins? Hand gestures. Something that the dolphin can't do, which ensures a one-way communication instead of two-way communication. Ugh. Oh, have you seen the dance thing, XNV, with the bees? Yeah, that's super cool. They can dance and give directions. By doing a little dance and spinning around, they give directions to, over there are a bunch of flowers. When they come back to the hive, that's so neat. I like that. I think that talking with bees and other animals, a lot of animals, there's going to be a very boring conversation though. Like if you talk to one bee, that conversation is going to be... I don't think it's going to be very... exciting. I mean, exciting to have a conversation, but I don't think it's going to go many different directions, that conversation. XNV says, good point. I've heard of projects targeting whales, but not dolphins yet. Wouldn't surprise me if someone is trying, though. They are similar, right? Whales and dolphins? Seems like a good idea to do AI. Oh. Yeah, but you would have to... I don't know, two-way communication sounds fucking cool, though. Right, magical thinking or superstition thinking is the belief that unrelated events are causally connected despite the absence of plausible causal links between them. Right, you just... One way to deal with magical thinking is that you repeat over and over and over again. You've probably heard it before. Correlation does not imply causation. And you just mind control people into just take a hammer and just bang it into their heads that correlation does not imply causation. Correlation does not imply causation. I feel like magical thinking is a very easy mistake to make. I think we have a tendency towards magical thinking. Like, I probably do it multiple times a day, and I think a lot of other people do as well. So how do we deal with it? We hammer in as a mantra that correlation does not imply causation. Every time we spot it, we point that out, and every time we spot it, that becomes like an exercise. We point it out, and then we become better at spotting magical thinking. It's a positive feedback loop, that type of mantra, right? Correlation does not imply causation. We help ourselves and others by repeating the mantra for ourselves and others, right? Because I do think we do, that we have a tendency towards magical thinking. Yeah. Another one says, I don't know if that's going to be a convincing mantra to someone who literally believes in magic. Oh, yeah, yeah. It's not going to be... well... a little bit, though, Nodrunner. Because the thing is, you could, in a conversation, convince someone or describe to someone why the mantra works. My favorite example, I can do it again, you've probably heard it multiple times, but I'm going to do it again, Nodrunner, because I like that example. There was a study being made at a beach. There was this study, and they were studying a bunch of things. And what they found was that because they were people were drowning, right? And they didn't like when people were drowning. So they made a study about drowning. And what they found was that as ice cream sales were going up, more people drowned. Yeah, more people were drowning. So they were just, holy shit. It's time to forbid ice creams. And at this point of the story, you have a couple of choices depending on the conversation you have. You can ask the person you're talking to, now, what type of error did they make in their thinking when they made ice cream illegal? And you can let them think about it. Maybe they will figure it out. Probably not, though. Because it's a trick, right? The whole story is a trick. But let them think about it for a while and just... what mistake did they make? A lot of people might end up thinking, actually, magically, that ice cream causes drownings when you tell this story. And you tell them, what the fuck are you thinking? No, ice cream doesn't cause drownings. Some people say, oh, maybe you get, what's that called when you get cramps, right? Maybe you get cramps and drown. That's not it. The thing is that they don't sell a lot of ice creams during winter. Yeah. They don't sell a lot of ice creams during winter. Oh, actually, you should really mention, and I should start mentioning this when I tell this story, that they made a study over several years. You have to say that it is over several years. Don't hide that information, right? Don't hide that information. XNV says, my strategy tends to be predicting what someone's emotional response will be, like anger, and then getting them to agree that response is irrational before challenging their belief. Oh, what did we just talk about? Telling people that their opinions has to be rational. Their feelings have to be rational? I don't like it, XNV. See previous conversation. See previous rant. Telling people that their opinions and emotions have to be rational is like telling someone that, oh, it's irrational that you don't like licorice when you get licorice in your mouth for the first time. Like, I don't like it. I don't like it, XNV. Alright. Before challenging their belief. They'll often still have the emotional response, but I think this is a better long-term impact. Kind of assuming rationality for many different kind of things. I guess magical thinking is specifically in context, right? We're using words like correlation and causal here, and we could say that, all right, we're thinking scientifically here, right? We're moving in a scientific direction in our thoughts. And if we're trying to gain understanding about the world, and if the person you're talking to is a fan of science, and if they are a fan of rationality, I can see that, but I would preempt that with not everybody thinks science is good. Not everybody thinks rationality is good. Right? A lot of people who believe in magic, right? People who believe in Santa Claus and believe in magic and whatnot, doing highly logical and rational argumentation is not talking to those people at their level, right? If they reject science and you give scientific arguments for something, that tends to be a mistake, isn't it? And that's kind of what I did as well with the ice cream thing. I did the same thing. Because I was talking about a study. Which seems like we both are making the same mistake here. We're not listening to the person we're actually talking to. No says, I noticed that people often have not only magical thinking, but also a distrust of scientific authority. Exactly, right? Yeah. Hello, Minecraft. Nice to see you again. How are you doing today? XNV says everyone should have distrust of scientific authority. Oh, what is the... I've got a Tim Minchin quote for this. Can I just find like a... Wait, is that Storm? Is that Storm? Wait, what the fuck? No, that is not it. Oh, where the fuck is that coming from? Probably outside of that thing. What is it that he say? I mean, people don't believe in the theory of evolution. Maybe they can feel the same way about the theory of gravity and float the fuck away. Something like that. I don't even remember. Minecraft says, how's the game based on paper RPG? Oh, this one. This one is, do you know Pathfinder? Pathfinder is a tabletop RPG pen and paper that is based off of Dungeons and Dragons 3? 4? I don't remember. But they really liked Pathfinder, so what they did is that they made the entire game kind of follow the rule set of... Wait, can I? I'm in the middle of a conversation here. The rule set and how you build your character is very inspired by how Pathfinder works. I don't think it's a one-to-one on the rule set, but pretty much on that rule set. So actually what you need to do is somehow convince people... Sorry, we're in the middle of a conversation, Minecraft Chick, how to deal with magical thinking. I think the first step is to show them the value and try to, from their perspective, show from their perspective how science and reasoning and rationality can be a good thing. And if you change their mind on that part, if their opinions change towards that, that's a step away from magical thinking. Yeah, so I think the best way... Oh, and I'm terrible at it. Like, in theory, that makes a lot of sense. Understand the person you're talking to, where they're coming from, and help them, guide them from their perspective on how science can be useful. Guide them into the glory of pragmatism. I think I'm terrible at that. Yeah. Like, actually seeing stuff from someone else's perspective. I think I see it from my perspective, and I try to kind of enforce my own perspective. And I think that's always going to be problematic, maybe. XNV says the strategy I'm suggesting isn't that people will suddenly become rational, or that rationality is perfect, but that you introduce cognitive dissonance. That's a good idea. If they just agreed that it doesn't make sense to get angry and storm away over a disagreement, then they get angry and storm off, they have a harder time reconciling it with themselves later for their own thoughts. Oh. We've had that conversation before. If something has to... the cognitive dissonance comes from inside them, right? They're gonna have a harder time reconciling it, which is... You're kind of causing a sort of pain, right? You have a methodology of causing suffering. And justifies the means, I suppose. You could argue the same then, that if we repeat correlation does not imply causation, and if you just spread that throughout culture so that everybody has heard it, right? Correlation does not imply causation, and if you propagandize that and that is shown all over the culture, then when you use it, that's also gonna cause cognitive dissonance. I think that your specific example, I think in theory, XNV, the methodology works, but this specific example that you're using, I have a problem with. Because from my point of view, makes sense to get angry is enforcing rationality on emotion, right? That's a fundamental misunderstanding how people work. Like, what was it here? Demonstrate that people's beliefs, let's say emotions, our emotions happen to us, right? We don't decide to get angry. We don't do rationalize, oh, now I get angry. That's not how anger works. How anger works is that someone slaps you in your face, you get angry. You don't decide rationally to get angry, you just get angry, right? So if you tell someone that it's irrational to get angry from just a conversation, and then you proceed to be a total dick towards that person and they get angry, you're being kind of an asshole, right? Because if I tell you that, oh, your shoes are so fucking ugly, you should get new shoes. Well, no, if I tell you that, well, people just liking different things, it's fine, right? I like licorice, you don't like licorice. And it would be irrational to be upset that I don't like licorice. Or that you don't like licorice, whatever. And they say, oh, yeah, you're right, that makes perfect sense. And then you proceed to say, your shoes are the ugliest shoes I've ever seen. They get angry and storm off. Have you tried to manipulate them? You see what I'm trying to say there, X and V. So, as the strategy, inducing cognitive dissonance seems like a good idea. But the example of saying that it's irrational to get angry, which it is, right? Emotions, like, yeah. And like I was saying, I don't really like this idea that, and it is very prevalent. I see it all over the place, that people kind of put this rule set on emotions, that the emotions have to be rational. And that's just a fundamental misunderstanding of how people work. If you believe in the theory of evolution, let's ask this. How old, evolutionarily speaking, do you think rationality is? Reasoning. And then, how old do you think intuition and emotions are? And the answer here has to be, well, depending on where you draw the line, you could say that, well, reasoning maybe 10 to 50,000 years old. Emotions? Yeah, a couple of million. So, which is primary? And enforcing rationality on emotion is just... yeah, the way I understand it, fundamental misunderstanding of how people work. Because people don't get angry because of rational thought. People get angry because of emotion. And we are, at our core, emotional beings. That's what we are. But I do like the idea of creating cognitive dissonance. How can we create cognitive dissonance without emotionally manipulating people like that in a way? Let's say that we want the dissonance not to be magic, because in my mind, saying that anger is irrational, that is magical thinking, right? In a way. how do you... Again, I feel like we're back to understanding the person you're talking to then. That you talk to the person, understand their point of view, got the magical thinking, and from that point, that example, you could maybe figure out some sort of dissonance that follows from that magical thinking. So, let's say I believe in Santa Claus. We talk about Santa Claus, you get to know the person. I feel like just asking questions will lead to the dissonance just naturally by talking about it, right? By asking questions. Yeah, what is that? The Plato methodology? Like, oh, so Santa Claus goes to every child on the entire planet on one night? How does that work? Right, and you just keep asking questions like that that are difficult to answer. And maybe, like, over the course of a conversation, if you just keep asking these questions over and over and over again, when they go home and lie at bed at night, some of these questions might give rise to cognitive dissonance, right? So I feel like just be honest. That's the way to do it. Be honest, ask questions that you would ask yourself, that you would, like, this doesn't make sense to me, and then you can ask those questions, because at the end of the day as well, maybe you can learn something by asking questions. Because maybe it's not the person you're talking to who's doing the magical thinking. Maybe it's you. Maybe it's me doing the magical thinking. If we want to go a broader definition of magical thinking, right? If we want to broaden it, right? Maybe I'm the one who has a fundamental misunderstanding about the world. Maybe I can learn something from this conversation. Maybe? I don't even know. XNV says provoking someone would definitely backfire. Not necessarily, XNV. I think it runs the risk of backfiring. I'm not convinced that it would definitely. I think it runs the risk. How high risk? I don't fucking know. Oh, and that's a good point. There is a risk-reward kind of analysis that could be done there. Like, how often would it backfire? And if it only has like 20% chance of backfiring, maybe it's worth using the methodology anyways, right? Maybe. XNV says that would just entrench their belief further. Exactly. I'm talking about simple and genuine conversation on subject of disagreement. Socratic, that's the one. Socratic method, not the Platonic method. Nice. Yeah, no condensation. Condescension. Condensation? That's something else. Condescension. I think I have a problem with that. I think I tend to be condescending. I try not to be. But it's difficult. I was actually thinking about that the other day. Like, because I'm condescending towards religious people. And I was saying like, well, imagine this. Imagine you're talking to a fully grown adult that believes that Santa Claus lives in the North Pole and gives everybody presents or coal if they've been mean or whatever. It's gonna be difficult having a conversation with that person without being condescending, right? You can ask the religious people that, and then, well, that's how I feel about you. Kind of be honest, right? I am condescending, I'm trying not to be, but from my point of view, what you're saying looks fucking stupid. Which is, I'm being a dick. Fuck. Maybe I'm just a dick. Maybe I'm just the asshole. Maybe that's fine. Sometimes. You don't have to be a goody two-shoes all the time. Maybe that's one of the reasons why when I play games like this, I'm always the goody two-shoes and just super fucking kind towards everybody. because of the I don't even know, as a cognitive dissonance, just trying to look at myself as a good person, but oh, a good person, that doesn't exist. Fuck. Trying to look at myself as being a force for good in this world. Well, maybe I just am making people feel bad. I suppose maybe I do want to make them feel bad. Maybe I want to have them feel this cognitive dissonance and feel bad about themselves, so that they can improve their lives and not be such dicks in a political sense of the me. Yeah. Because I kind of think that if you vote or engage in politics based off religious dogmas, I think you're an asshole. Fuck, no. It's not about you, it's about me. I don't like you. I don't like the way you handle yourself. Because, like we were talking about before, there is no assholeness in a behavior like that. Not you who are people are not assholes. You just don't... You like or dislike what people do and how they move about in the world. Fucking language, man. Alright, Christian nods. His eyes light up. I don't even know this. Oh, right. Do you like to travel? Do you enjoy traveling? Oh, yes. No library, no archive, however large, would have ever allowed me to learn as much of the world as I have in my journeys. It was only outside the temple walls I realized every living being is... Oh, we did read this entire thing. Yeah, I like this. Kind of feel tangentially relevant to the discussion. Every living being is a world unto themselves, a world where many contradictions and passions coexist. Oh, magical thinking? Is that what you reacted to, Nodrunner? Maybe? Perhaps? And it's also worth noting that a contradiction may only look like a contradiction. We were talking yesterday about hypocrisy and how I really dislike the word, or like calling a person a hypocrite. Because in their mind, it might not be contradictory. It might only be contradictory in your mind, right? But maybe you could manipulate them to see it from your perspective, and maybe they would also consider it a contradiction future on. If indeed, well, that kind of, again, as with rationality, right? That assumes that having contradictory thoughts necessarily leads to cognitive dissonance. Which it might not. Having two contradictory opinions or beliefs or whatever might not necessarily lead to cognitive dissonance, right? We were talking about the problem of evil. Oh shit, the problem of evil went away. Like the idea of omnipotence, I was saying that it's a paradox in itself, right? The whole idea is a contradiction in and of itself, but some people might not have any problem with having that in their mind and just be fine with it. I mean, that's got to be the case, right? Maybe? Christian says, each realm leaves its mark on the lives that lives there. Only by visiting it, by breathing the same air, walking the same soil, can you understand its people, what drives them, what frightens them, their dreams, and how they honor their gods. So. Right, doesn't being outside the temple make you uncomfortable? Wait. I feel like some of these questions, it's like, did you not listen to what Tristan just said? Doesn't being outside the temple make you uncomfortable? When they just said that, oh, they love traveling more than... I feel like this is a stupid question. Let's ask it anyways. Tristan shakes his head. There are many ways to honor one's gods, my friend. It is true. It is true, shrines play a role in the lives of many of the faithful, but even more find other ways to serve Sarenrae. The healing light values good deeds above all else. I cannot stand by and watch evil claim others. Christian thinks for a moment and raises an eyebrow. Perhaps that is another reason why I chose to go on my pilgrimage, leaving behind the temples of Kalesh. Tristan touches his chest. My faith is in my heart and in my hands. Millions honor Sarenrae in her temples, and my soul is filled with joy when I think of the devotion to the goddess. Nevertheless, my path is a different one. Do you know where you're going next? Wait, he's following us, right? XNV says, I find it very rare that someone is persistent about a view, even a religious view, without good reason. Even if they can't articulate it. Yeah, exactly. I think that applies to theists who see something many atheists do not, and so they stay resolute. I agree. That actually follows with my interpretation of the... something I really love. Let's bring it up and talk about it again. Why not? No, it's not generosity, it's charity. Wait, what the fuck? Charity. Here we go. Again, I don't like the word. Maybe I should edit this. Remove the word rational here for the previous... Yeah, I don't like the word rational here. See the previous rant. But just in life, in philosophy and rhetoric, the principle of charity or charitable interpretation requires interpreting a speaker's statements in the most rational way possible, and in the case of any argument, consider its best, strongest possible interpretation. If we remove rational and we just say good reason, right? What did you say? Yeah, good reason. Not reason like in reasoning, but a good reason, whatever your reason is. In the most reasonable... Oh, we can change that to reasonable, right? If we just look at other people and we say, oh, just like I have thoughts and ideas and everything, right? For all my beliefs and opinions, and I can justify them for myself, so can everybody else. So therefore, trying to interpret it in the best possible way that you can. Because you're always, every time you're interpreting someone else's words, you're always making assumptions, right? Assumptions and guesses at the work of interpreting what someone says. And that's a required part of interpretation. And another saying that I like, mantra. When you assume, you make an ass out of you and me. Oh, I love that. So good. So, since we have to assume, let's try to make our damnedest to try and assume the best stuff we can assume. Nodron says, I'm playing Sea of Thieves for the first time in a long time on Linux. Nice. Are you having fun, Nodrunner? Good times? Hello, Bracanium. Nice to see you again. How are you doing today? Is this stream GPL? I haven't written down any licenses or whatever. Like, are you asking practically? Do you want to take clips or put stuff on wherever. Just do whatever the fuck you want, yeah. I mean, I've tried, like, I like ranting, as people may notice. I really like ranting. I think it's fun. I enjoy myself. And I tried to start making videos because sometimes I even feel a little bit hubris. And I feel like sometimes my rants has some significant value to them. Yeah, I have some hubris in that. I have this idea where I want to condense them into a video or whatever, right? You can make a video essay from... I could have made video essays from my rants or whatever. But it turns out I fucking hate editing videos and putting them on YouTube and making them good, so... too bad, I guess. Hubris is not enough. Full circle, eh? For me, the 3 virtues are not enough. Because I don't have the energy to document and just... I love sharing, but I'm terrible at sharing, I suppose. Well, to be fair, you could argue that streaming is kind of sharing. I mean, I'm sharing my ideas here by just ranting them out. And that's good enough. Yeah, that's something at least, I suppose. Yeah, Creative Commons. That's what I was thinking as well. Arcanium says, I hate editing video too, right? It's not for everyone. Notrunner pointed out that, yeah, GPL is a software license. I mean, if we're talking about the stream, I do have a chatbot that I wrote myself, and if I would give a license to it, which I didn't, I would probably put a GPL. It's fine, whatever. Maybe MIT. I don't fucking care. Do whatever the fuck you want. It's not a very good bot. It works. Hashtag it works on my machine. Fuck, I haven't even... I don't think it's the new version. I don't even think is available. Someone would want it, like if someone would request it, oh, you have a cool chatbot, I want to use it. Then I would put it on at the behest, at the request, I would have put it up on GitHub. Yeah, that's my personality. I don't take initiative. I need to be prompted. Someone prompts me, someone asks me, oh, I want this. Oh, here you go. Actually, I'm just gonna send it to you in an email. It's fine. Here you go. Lazy motherfucker, eh? XNV says FFmpeg with -c copy makes editing less painful for many purposes. -c copy? I don't know what that is. I'm curious. So we're gonna do man FFmpeg. Then we're gonna search for -c. See what that does. Codecs. No, that's not it. Colors. CPU flags. Wait, did I miss it? I think I missed it. One of these... Oh, actually, let's go to the top. Let's search for that. Oh, someone says C copy here. For each stream... Doesn't tell us what it actually does. It just uses it a bunch of examples. Damn it. Yeah, my painfulness and my dislike towards editing videos, though, is not about tooling. Yeah. It's not about tooling or using or actually doing it. The problem I have is... looking and listening to myself and deciding what to cut, what to keep, and figuring out what to put in there. So it's more the grind of editing. I was having the idea of I wanted to try text, no, speech to text. So you get a what's it called? Transcript of the entire thing, preferably with timestamps, and then just automatically edit by just editing the text. You can get timestamps of what to cut out. That would have been neat. That would have been neat, where you can just, oh, cut that out. Just like editing a text. That would have been way easier. And then you could just have a script, right, that uses FFmpeg to edit the videos and take the timestamps and just give that out. That would have been cool. Arcanium says unlicensed is the do whatever you want license. Nice. I thought MIT was similar to do whatever you want. Arcanium says I immediately cringe if I hear my voice. Lol. I actually got, I did. I think most people do, Brachinium, but I think you get used to it. You get used to it pretty quickly. XNV says it just uses the existing audio/video codecs without re-encoding. Much more responsive. Oh, nice. Good to know. Oh, so it copies the codecs. I see. Yeah, I was actually, when I first tried editing, I was using Kdenlive instead of FFmpeg. And then I did a little bit of... I put some things on... I cut, like I just posted the entire stream on YouTube for a while. And then I cut it up with FFmpeg, but that was just splitting it up. Arcanium says Whisper AI can generate transcripts like that. That's pretty neat. MIT, you still have to bundle the license with your software. Oh, right. That's not a big... That's almost do whatever the fuck you want. Oh, but you need to keep this text file. That's it. XNV says, yeah, you can take the transcript from Whisper and feed them into FFmpeg to cut and stitch the video. So you can do that. You're recommending Whisper AI? Maybe I'll look into that when I get into the mood. Whisper AI. Oh, it is open AI, eh? Hopefully they'll yeah. Hopefully sooner or later they're gonna live up to their name. Notor says, has the unlicensed ever been tested in court? Good question. No idea. XNV says, oh, I've read that. WTF PL might be the license you want. I don't remember what it stands for. I'm a lazy motherfucker. Actually, I think though, because, I mean, I'm telling you do whatever the fuck you want, but I would probably license my stuff with the GPL. If I ever did some software, I would probably throw a GPL license in there. Just for the virus methodology and wanting to make society more free and open source. Just by infecting, like, if anyone ever would want to use my software, then just infecting software here and there. Maybe. Do what the fuck you want. Do public license. Yeah, do whatever the fuck you want to. Do what the fuck you want to, exactly. My craft chick says, I wish someone would create an AI that automatically translates books so that publishers can expand their book markets. Oh man. That is probably already happening. Oh wow. Something tells me that GPT is already fucking good at that. Because it can type stuff out following a tone, right? So I think that it could be fucking good at doing translations, like first drafts. Can you use GPT can translate text? Yeah, but not only text, right? When you write a book, it's also translating tone and whatnot, right? Localization, the idea of localization. I think that GPT is great at localization. Some things doesn't work in translation, so you have to make it work in context, right? Rocanium says, I like GPL, but I want freedom to use my own software how I want to. Alright. What kind of restrictions do you imagine, Brachinium, if you did use GPL on your own software? Like, you want the freedom to use the software how you want to. What type of restrictions do you imagine would happen to your own, for yourself? Like, can you license your own software and then end up, oh, I fucked myself. Like, if you want to add a feature or whatever, oh, this feature, I can't do this because of GPL. Rocanium says, if I later decide I want to fork it and not publish the source code, GPL blocks that. Oh, fuck. Well, oh man, to be a pragmatist here, like, I wouldn't ever suggest anyone break the law or whatever, but do you imagine that you would ever get into trouble for doing that? Because I'm a lazy motherfucker, and I would imagine that if I make some software, I would publish it, and then maybe I would work on it a bit and never publish it again, which would not be allowed by the GPL, right? Just being lazy. My Craftic says so many cool books could hit the world market thanks to this, right? Oh. Another one says, no, if it is your software, you can do whatever you want with it. Probably won't get in trouble, but that's not it, though. Yeah. I get that I do things, like, I live my life sometimes that, yeah, I would never get into trouble from doing this, but I still won't because, I mean, the potentiality of getting into trouble is not zero, right? There is a tiny probability that I might get into trouble doing this. Oh. XNV says to my crafters, you can already do that to a significant degree. You can't find in an entire book at once, so there could be issues with consistency, like the same name being translated different ways. Yeah. But it would just require a translator to proofread. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying, right? You use the GPT for a first draft, and you gotta have a person to read it, right? Someone who's read the original, the translator. Just like always, AI is a great fucking assistant for a translator. So you can just feed the entire book, get a translation, just read it and edit it, right? You don't even need a translator. What you need is an editor that has the translator and just fixes all the issues when they proofread it. Which you have to do anyways, right? When a book is translated, it takes more than one person to translate a book. Because you do need to proofread. Rocanium says, worst comes to worst, I just send the source code on request, and I have compiled. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I was kind of thinking, Rocanium, that maybe you would want, for whatever reason, in the future, you would not want to publish the source code, even on request, right? Maybe you could end up in the future, you don't know, but in the future, maybe 5 years from now, there is, for whatever reason, no, I don't want to publish this, I don't want to send it out on request or anything. Inspiration for today is, after an idea comes the value of after an idea comes the value of human lives. You know what? That doesn't seem very trolly. Usually they're pretty trolly. That one kind of makes sense though, right? First you have an idea, and then you consider the ethics of your idea. Maybe you shouldn't. I would like if people did that. Nice to see you, by the way, Colgate on Tap. How are you doing today? Netrunner says, if you own the copyright, like you're the original author, you can do whatever you want with it, even if you release it under GPL. You can even release it under multiple licenses. Oh, that's pretty neat. So you can release it under GPL, and you can have your own copy and consider that something else or whatever. That's fantastic. Netrunner says, if people have contributed to your project, then things get more tricky. But you could, right, if you wanted to, you could spend the extra work to just cut out their part. If you're having a cathedral piece of software, right? If it's only you and a little bit other people, you can just cut out things that other people did. If you use a version management system like Git, I would imagine that's... I mean, it's a little bit of work, but it's not completely fucked, right, Node deal with that situation. Orkinium says, true, I might not want to, but it's better than a lawsuit. Yeah, definitely better than a lawsuit. Orkinium says, I would have to read into EU and Dutch law too. Though I thought GPL also protected other people from the copyright owner. Well, the GPL, right, Brachinium, is that if they take the source code that was published, they are protected with that source code. If you do a bunch of changes, like, it doesn't protect whatever code you have in the future on your own local machine, right? The GPL is only related to the actual source code that they forked or cloned or whatever, right? I assume. That would make sense. Olgatinotab says, I thought it meant first you get an idea, then someone else is going to stop you because of the value of human lives. Yeah, exactly, Colgatinotab. If it's going to be inspirational, Colgatinotab, you are the person that are going to stop yourself. Like, if you get the idea, oh, I'm going to murder somebody. Oh, wait, I value human life, so I'm not going to murder somebody. Right? So someone stops you, but it's you yourself if it's going to be inspirational, right? Maybe you can see it inspirational to stop other people from, right? First they get an idea and then you stop them because of the value, because of how you value human lives. Maybe. Another one says the source code on request doesn't apply to the original author, it's for people who fork it. Oh, interesting. Another one says, like, if someone forks DOSBox, like a project called the Magic DOSBox for Android, I can email them and demand the source code. Then they can ignore my email and violate the GPL. I'm not naming any names though. Yeah, not naming any names. Do you happen, Node Runner, to have do you happen to have a finished email, Node Runner? Not naming any names, but do you have like an example of an email that could be sent to an example of a company or someone who might violate the GPL that someone could just copy and paste into their own email client and send an email? Just don't name any names though, like just as an example. Maybe just put that on yeah. For anyone who is curious what an email like that would look like and how an email address looks like. Oh man. Orkanium says that stuff exists for GDPR, probably exists for GPL. Wait, what stuff? I lost track. I feel like GDPR and GPL are two completely different things, though. GDPR is about data protection. It's when you collect information about people. GPL is about software. And Creative Commons is for assets. Brachinium says, true, but templates probably exist for both. Oh, right. I see. They're both legal requests. Oh! I didn't understand what... your first word was that, and I didn't understand what that was referring to. I'm terrible with pronouns. I lose the context of conversations, and when someone just uses a pronoun, when they say that or it, I'm like, I have no idea what that is referring to anymore. Working memory like a goldfish. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, that templates exist for both. Stream delay makes it worse too. Is the stream delayed? I feel like I almost answered immediately when that text came out. That's too bad. I know that I am very delayed. The stream itself shouldn't be... yeah, not much. The stream shouldn't be very delayed, even though I often am. But add typing to? Oh, right. Not only am I behind, you're behind, and there's a little delay, so... fucking pronouns. XNV says that no one should have to make GPL requests. GPL require the changes to be made available without request. Yeah. At the same time, right? XNV, I get that, and that makes a lot of sense, but you're not going to get the legal precedence of someone getting in trouble for not publishing if they respond to a request. Volgitino Tab says, as she said to him, that would be a good cause for it. Wait, what? I have no idea what's going on. Look at this great link here. Source code request. I know what I'm gonna do after lunch today. Yep, I know what I'm gonna do after lunch today. Thank you, that's very kind, Node Runner. I just wanted to, yeah, I just wanted to learn by example. Brachinium says a valid way to make GPL code public is having people come to a certain building between two... oh man. Oh, I'm not the only Douglas Adams fan here, eh? Yeah. They were on display. In the basement. It was... and it was dark. Yeah, the lights were out. So were the stairs. Oh, really? No? That was a reference to... oh, man. Douglas Adams quote. So was the stairs. Is that gonna show up? Oh, well, the lights had probably gone. Wait, can we get the full thing? Yeah, there's no point in acting surprised about it. All the planning charts and demolition orders have been on display on your local planning department. Oh, wait, no, that's not it. The other one. Fuck, that's the wrong quote. It's made 2 times. Like the first... It's The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Great book. It's like the first couple of pages. But yeah, that's... they're making fun of that part. Yeah, making it available for 5 minutes on Christmas Day. Exactly. No one says please read it. Oh, alright. I'll read it. Read it right now. To Magic Box at imail.sk, eh? Greetings. I am requesting the source code for Magic DOSBox dated December 8, 2022. I'm assuming I need to change that to today's date, which is fine. On the website, you state that any user who has obtained a copy of Magic DOSBox from Google Play Store can email us and we'll provide the source code in the next few business days. We don't support pirated downloads out of Google Play in any way. Please provide your... I think sharing is caring, and pirate? Ugh. Right, we don't support pirated downloads out of Google Play in any way. Please provide your trackable order number to the email, for the donated version, or any proof that free version was downloaded from Google Play. Fuck. Oh, here we go. However, according to the GPL frequently asked question on the GNU website, if you choose to provide source code through written offer, then anybody who requests the source code from you is entitled to receive it. Oh, nice. I will be providing no proof of purchase. Perhaps update the text on the website to remove that superfluous burden on the user. Thanks. Source. That's another type of source that is also very important. Many different types of sources, eh? Good times. We'll get in on tap says that it was a joke about you getting confused about pronouns. I kind of thought it was, but I wasn't sure because I got confused. So I made a message where there was no context. It was merely pronouns which were referring to nothing. Nice. I hope you had a good time watching me being confused about the message, because it was successful about confusing me, so yeah. Rocanium says, I've watched the movie once, that's pretty much it. Yeah, the movie is like the worst iteration. I even think that the TV show, I think I prefer the TV show better than the movie. I guess the comic book is, it's fine. No one says, yeah, this email is specific to this software, clearly. I mean, but you still can use this as an example. You don't have to email this email address right here. You don't have to send this email to this email address right here. This is just an example that you can use to write your own. You don't have to send a copy of this email to this email address right there and requesting source code. Notices they're likely to ignore you as well. Likely. I mean, I wonder if this email... I wonder if anyone even checks this email address, right? Maybe not, who knows. Right, I'm getting this it? Ah, here we go. That's the actual quote I was looking for. They're trying to tear down the main character's house. They're showing up with bulldozers, and he's trying to stop them. That's the context of this quote. And he didn't know until yesterday that they were gonna demolish his house, which is kind of rude. But the plans were on display. On display? I eventually had to go down the cellar to find them. That's the display department. With a flashlight. Ah, well, the lights had probably gone. So had the stairs. But look, you found a notice, didn't you? Yes, said Arthur. Yes, I did find it. It was on display in the bottom of a locked filing cabinet, stuck in a disused lavatory, with a sign on the door saying, "Beware of the leopard." This quote is what I was thinking that you were referencing when you said you have to come to a certain building between 2 and 5 a.m. on Christmas Day. Pretty good quote. I think it's funny, anyways. Decided to read all his books again someday. Then says, is this a GPL version 1 thing? Otherwise, how so? How so? I thought it was just kind of a joke. Being funny. I thought it was funny if... No one says this is the best DOSBox emulator for Android, and many people want the source code, not just me. I'm sure they check the email, they just don't respond. Oh, right. Then something we learned before, a good trick if you want to manipulate people, that we got that we got an example of before, right? Was that try to induce cognitive dissonance. That might be a good thing to do. So what you do is that you first send an email just establishing connection. Make sure that they actually answer you, and then you follow up with this. Yeah, then you follow up with the request. Another one says, however, if we don't start a coordinated campaign, they might become so inundated with source code requests that it breaks down their mental barrier. Another one says, yeah, we shouldn't do that. Wait, why not? Oh, right. Yeah, we shouldn't do that. Yeah. Shouldn't do that, and we shouldn't try to induce cognitive dissonance in people. That's rude, isn't it? Procanium says, fairly sure it is for any version of the GPL. Yeah, I mean, you are providing public access. Procanium says they don't specify how to how to allow access to the source code. They don't indeed. That would be weird if they had to specify that. That wouldn't work, would it? Tab says, and then send the email where you make it clear that you know where the family lives. Wow. That escalated. Holy shit, Tab. That was an escalation, wasn't it? Oof. I don't know about that. Where were we? Do you know where you're going next? No, my thoughts were far from it. My mission here is not done yet. Tristan stares at you in surprise. Why do you ask? Do you wish me to leave your lands? On the contrary, I hope you will stay with me for as long as you can. The thought of you leaving is not a welcome one. I agree. Tristan nods, smiling. I too would not welcome the thought of leaving you. Tristan pauses and gives a rueful smile, shaking his head. My apologies. I don't know what came over me. I simply wanted to say I want to leave you until you ask me to, and still I hope that won't happen. Tristan stops. His face is red. Look at that. Brachinium says, got to go, have a fun stream. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good one, Brachinium. Have a good one. Tab says it is one way to manipulate people. I mean, it's a good way to get the police come knocking as well. Tab. Another one says, I don't know where their family lives. Turns out their family's personal information is not free, as in freedom, but even if it was, they wouldn't give it to me if I requested it. That shit's fucking terrible, because it is super easy. Like, if you want to hide, and here we're talking about actually hiding, where you live and want it not to be public knowledge. Where I live, you had to spend quite a bit of effort because that information is just publicly available. They just fucking show it. Finding out where people live is super fucking easy in Sweden. Which is kind of weird, but... Alright, let's discuss something else. Yeah, that is pretty fucked up. Does that make you feel uncomfortable? Tabs is sharing is caring? Not really, because my information is not readily available. I don't think. Actually, I haven't looked that up recently. But I remember when back in the day, I was That's actually a pretty funny story. I did spend quite a bit of effort just doing it for the sake of... That was in my pirate party days when I didn't like being tracked. And I didn't like all this data collection. Oh man. Because that has definitely diminished, right? All the data collection, it is less today. I mean, this was, what? This was 15 years ago, so the data collection, oh man, that was so bad back then. Nowadays, not at all problematic. But I spent some effort removing myself from these publicly facing databases and whatnot. I still did leave my phone number to my to my phone in there, though. My phone number, I left it in there. But I changed my name in that database. Yeah, I changed my name to Tyler Durden. Yeah, because I liked a movie about a guy called Tyler Durden. Doesn't matter much, but something that happened. I just did it, and then I forgot all about it. Then a few years later, I get a phone call from a phone number I don't recognize. Man, this was long ago. I had forgotten all about this. And they're like, "Oh, hello, Tyler. It's nice talking to you. I'm Steve Stevenson, whatever. And I'm calling from I'm the lawyer of so and so. And we need your we're gonna need you to come testify because of the statement you made, this and that situation." And I'm like, holy fucking shit, what is happening? Am I getting subpoenaed here over the phone? And I'm like, dude, you have the wrong person. And they're like, isn't your name Tyler Durden? I'm like, you know what? The person that you're trying to reach, you're not gonna be able to find that person because they were using a fake name. This is a fake name. You don't have... That's not my real name, and that was not their real name either. They were like, but we really need their testimony in this legal whatever, right? These legal proceedings. I'm like, I can't fucking help you. I don't know the person you're talking about. I thought that was pretty damn funny. That was a good memory. Sharing is caring, indeed. I think, though, that sharing, that should be your information to share. If you want to dox yourself and share your address and your real name, I think that should be up to you, and that, right? If you want to share that. And that is, share it to people that you care about. I don't think the default is that any old company can just request that information from the government to create the yellow pages or whatever, right? There's Swedish phone books or whatever, where you can just find whoever. You get to know their birthday, you get to know where they live, you get to know how old they are, and there are other data that is just publicly available. XNV responds to that the GPL doesn't specify how to allow access to the source code. XNV says that it requires a medium customarily used for software interchange. Yeah, which could be an well, that's interesting. It does require that. I didn't know, XNV. So actually just putting it on display, that's very open to interpretation, isn't it? I mean, you could just put it in a book, right? You can just write out the papers because there is software in books, like learning how to code or whatever, have a bunch of software in them written on paper. The source code stuff, right? XNV says, and if you only distribute a binary, you have to offer a method of obtaining the source. Yeah, exactly. You shouldn't have to request it. I mean, if that's an opinion, I agree with that opinion, but it kind of seems that... should be... it seems like it is okay to have people request it. Even though I would prefer a system where it's just... where you just have to publish it wherever. Hello, J-Bog. Nice to see you again. Got some source code for you in these nuts. Oh, man. That's funny in multiple levels, J-Bog. Holy shit. Oh, got some of that DNA. Oh, fantastic. And I had to say that because if you explain the joke, it becomes funnier. Yeah, that's well established. When you explain the joke, it becomes funnier. Another one says, I feel like I had some encounters like that, but I can't remember any of them right now. Oh, just random people connecting you, wanting you to be part of legal proceedings? Jokes are always better when you explain them. Exactly, J-Bach. Another one says, I have done some work in this area, though, helping people find people. Yeah, this guy wanted to find a long-lost girlfriend, and I helped them find each other, and they got married. No clue if they're still together. That is fantastic. That is a good story. Actually, that's a good blog post. You should get an AI write that entire story. I remember, no, actually, you wrote it out pretty well the first time I heard that story. I don't remember it, but it was pretty damn well written and enjoyable. It's a pretty good, yeah, short story indeed. Another one says, I got some source code all over your mom. Exactly. Oh, man. Oh. Olgitino Tab says, I duplicated the source code of Mind Goblin. I didn't get that one, Colgitino Tab. I think you need to explain it. Tristan says, forgive me if my stories have bored you. I'm not accustomed to speaking about myself, and in truth, I take little enjoyment in it. Yeah, there we go. Oh, right. Mind Goblin these nuts. Right. Do you like Wendy's? Asks J-Bach. I've never been to Wendy's. Yeah. When these nuts in your mouth. Wait, Wendy's. I don't get the first part of the pun. I get the these nuts, but... Oh, when these nuts in your mouth. Do you like these nuts in your mouth? You like it when these nuts in your mouth. I see. XNV says, well, what I mean is it's not an optional request. The idea is not that you need their permission. They are required to explain how to get the source and are required to provide it. Yeah, exactly. It can involve, say, contacting them, but they are not entitled to pick and choose when to reply. Exactly. That's... Like Node Runner said, we're not naming any names of people who are in violation of the GPL. We just have an example here of someone who said that if you send an email, they'll provide the source code, and they didn't, and then they're in violation of the GPL. This is just an example of that. That's why Node Runner put this link together, just to show us an example of how to violate the GPL and what type of email would look like that you could send to someone who potentially is violating the GPL if we're not naming names here. Yeah. We're not naming names here. Yeah. Not naming names, not providing ways to contact people and stuff like that. We're not encouraging harassing people. That's not what's going on right now. Colgatinotap says, of course not naming any names. That Zoom made it so much funnier. I thought it was funny, yeah. I had a good time. What can you tell me of Sarenrae? Oh wow, are we gonna hear a rant about this person's god? I think so. Alright, Sarenrae is a goddess of temperance and patience. Solar flame goddess teaches us compassion for the weary and mercy for those who go astray. What would you like to know of her? I'd like to hear about the history of your faith. Oh, here we go. This DOSBox staging. DOSBox forks. Oh, interesting. This is actual DOSBox forks. Active, the project have significant activity in the last year. Dormant, dead. No status, hard to tell. Alright, list of DOSBox forks. There's a bunch of forks going on. What is the value of having a bunch? Oh, right. You make a fork for a specific place, I suppose. Active is the DOSBox, very active DOSBox staging. Oh, this is it. Backend for Mad Saints Boxer. Pyraport. We have some more very active here. DOSBox X app. Focusing on WordPerfect. Slightly customized. Software bundle running Windows 3 inside of DOSBox. Alright. Then there's some dead thing. Patch series, active DOSBox core. RetroArch cores. Very nice. iOS port. GPL violator. Modified GPL2 sources not public and does not respond to requests. There it is. On the Play Store. And it is active. Right, what do we have? PPA. Debian for Raspberry Pi. RetroArch. Wait. Oh, it's another fork of the RetroArch 4. Port for Amiga OS. Dominus fixes. Oh, for some Mac OS stuff. Holy shit, there are so many forks. Bunch of dead and dormant stuff down here that we don't care about, but the active ones, like there's a bunch of active ones. And there is one specifically for Android, eh? They're called out as a violator. They are indeed. Well, Gitinotap says, here's a list of questions that the coalition parties spend to other parties for government negotiation. Another says, yeah, DOSBox is an important project. You know what? That checks out. I feel like I used DOSBox fairly recently, didn't I? But what is this? Finland's PM-elect Petri Orpo asks parties where they stand ahead of coalition talks. The leader of the National Coalition Party sent a list of 24 questions to the other parliamentary parties with a deadline of noon on Tuesday to respond. Yeah, they sent. Yeah. Alright, so. Right, Finland's National Coalition Party, NCP chair Peter Orpo began his bid. Next government. Oh, this is pre-negotiation. Is that it? Preparatory questions that everybody need to answer for the for forming a government. The 24 questions are far-ranging. Want to take a very wide survey of the party's views on the issues. The first challenge for Orpo is to find the basis of the government. What? This seems like a pretty good idea. I wonder what they're gonna be asking. What are the key social changes your party thinks the next government should bring about? Wow, that's a broad question, isn't it? XNV says, I'd actually say that the wording in the GPL is bad. It's not a request, it's an acceptance. They require to make an offer, then others can accept it. Oh, that's a good point. I mean, I'm not a lawyer. That's my response to that. When we go into that nitty-gritty and how legal speak has to be written, I just say, I anal. More funny to say I anal, because that's, I am not a lawyer. I anal. Wait. I am not a lawyer. Yeah, exactly. I anal. Fulgitino Tab says it is quite a broad question indeed. It is, yeah. Does your party agree with the Minister of Finance official statement of the Finnish economy need for budgetary adjustment? Oh, right. Do you agree with the budget as been presented, or do you want to change, and how do you want to change the budget? Whatever. How would your party promote tax incentives? What are your party's main objective in improving taxation? Tax incentives? I don't even know what that is. What is a tax incentive? I don't know what that is. Are you incentivized to pay your taxes? Incentive? Otherwise we'll fucking fine you and you have to pay double if you don't pay your taxes. Or we'll send you to fucking prison. Is that a tax incentive? Is your party ready to commit the next government to a target of 100,000 new jobs as a result of unemployment measures to strengthen public finances? And this is weirdly specific. And also fucking stupid. Always these fucking politicians. Oh, we need to create more jobs. Fucking don't. Fucking just don't. Idiots. What are your party's main means of employment measures to strengthen public finances? What measures are your party prepared to take to reform the labor market and perform freedom of hiring? Citizen salary, or UBI, if you will. That's the way how to do it. Another one says, I feel pretty incentivized all of a sudden when you frame it that way. Nice. So, there we go. I'm helping. I'm helping. Well, that's how it works, right? Alright, how would your party respond to large-scale labor shortage in Finland? UBI, citizen salary, do it yesterday. How would your party increase international recruitment to ensure availability of labor? Wait, you need to create more jobs, but you have a shortage of laborers, so you need to recruit outside of Finland, but you need to create 100,000 new jobs? What? What are your party's main ways of reducing waiting lists for social and health services? Well, tax incentives. Pay more taxes so we can create more jobs. Like, instead of Sisyphus jobs, we can actually hire more doctors and nurses. Yeah. Solve the crisis. Again, more tax incentives. All right. So how would your party strengthen the well-being for children, young people, and families? How would your party tackle the marginalization of young people? I feel like these questions are... I was expecting terrible questions. I feel like many of these questions... I'm not a politician. I ain't pull. Oh. I ain't that doesn't work. But a lot of these questions seems like yeah, like they're laying a groundwork for figuring out how to IA nap. Exactly. Kind of makes sense because kind of need to take a nap from all this politics, eh? I mean, gauging how they're gonna react, right? Are we gonna find agreement or disagreements? XNV says that doctors and nurses are artificially limited in many countries. It's pretty crazy with the global shortage that's expected to get worse. Artificially limited? Because people are not incentivized to pay more taxes. How do you mean artificially limited? How does that, like... I mean, I know there's a budget somewhere that says, this is how many doctors and nurses we're gonna have. And it's pretty fucked. Yeah, my mother just got a job on in a psychiatric facility, and she meets a bunch of doctors there, and they're like, how their work is looking is fucking crazy, right? Other people complain about, oh, 8-hour workday is way too long. And they're like, oh, I've been working for 20 hours. Now I need to take a nap so I can work for 15 more hours. Sleep? Well, I'll sleep next week. Fucking stupid. Yeah. Let's have those people not be well rested. That's great for public health, isn't it? Colgatinotab says, how much disagreement are they going to find? No party is going to agree on everything. Yeah, that's why this is like throwing spaghetti, right? We tried a few different things, right? And then we evaluate. I wonder if this list is in some sort of order of priority. Probably not, right? Because they don't want to show their hand. They just want to data collect. Because data collect is good stuff. XNV says, depends on the system. But in the US, the residency system is required. And awful. And there is a fixed number of residency training slots. I've seen Scrubs. I mean, it makes sense that there is a fixed number. I can see the value in restricting the number of students, but the solution really isn't to reduce the number of... Like, I think the solution is not to reduce the number of students and residents or whatever, right? Solution is to have more doctors. Like, increase the number of doctors, because then we have more teachers, right? Because the doctors are teachers in the residency system. So having more doctors means we can have more residents. Was there a specific one you wanted to check calling it in on tap? Because I'm starting to get a little bit bored out of these. Take account of pensioners. How would your party raise the level of Finnish expertise and education? Is your party committed to the target? This is a stupid framework. Is your party committed to the target agreed by the parliamentary group on research, development, and innovation? Like, this is a yes and no. Oh, wow, that's a long sentence as well. That's a yes and no answer, right? Yes and no question? Yes. And there are so many things that goes into it. It's a stupidly formed question. In what ways would your party be willing to ease the costs and administrative work by regulations and bureaucracy for people, companies, and the public sector? UBI. I feel like my answer to all of these is just citizen salary or universal basic income. That's my answer to all of these. How would your party promote economic growth? UBI. How would your party strengthen the vitality, investment capacity of cities and municipalities in this changed environment? UBI, because if the people have more money or monetary safety, they're gonna use that money, right? Which means more taxes, more money, yeah. What does your party think are the most important ways to reduce emissions? I'm trying to find a stretch here to talk about UBI, but I don't know how that would work. Regulation. There we go. How would your party prevent natural destruction and enhance biodiversity? Regulation. Like, do the what are those natural protection areas? I don't remember what they're called. Something like that. Notrunner says, I feel uneasy about installing government apps on my phone. Like today, I was looking into getting my fishing license, and it turns out they have an app that you could have your license on. But handing over my phone to a cop sounds like a bad idea when I could have just had it on a paper. Yeah. Handing over my phone to a cop? Great stuff. I've had mixed feelings, right? I've been using Lineage for a while now, and the no tracking thing. Wish there was a way to put it on your phone, but a way to sandbox it, right? Yeah, that does sound like a bad idea, and I wouldn't hesitate. I would just, if I needed a fishing license and I could get my fishing license on the phone, I just would. Yeah, I just would, because I'm a lazy motherfucker, but I see strong arguments why one wouldn't, why one shouldn't, I mean. UBI probably increase emissions? No. UBI, here we go. I figured it out, Colgate in on tap. UBI allows the worker to say no to working for big business, because the problem with emissions are not individuals. All the emissions are happening from big companies releasing all this stuff. So UBI allows the population to just say no and refuse to work for that company if they don't reduce emissions. That's how UBI reduce emissions, because that's what's gonna happen. Yep, that's reality. That's what people would do, because people are great at taking democratic responsibility and not engaging with these terrible companies that do all these terrible things. That's how it works. No one says good idea. I don't think it would work, but it's a good idea. What are you talking about? Of course it would work. Lovely weather we have today, eh? Is your party committed to continuing providing military, political, economic, and humanitarian support to Ukraine? Yes. I feel like a lot of these questions are a little bit lazily written, because a lot of the questions are yes and no questions, and it's like, the question should be phrased in a way that supports or encourages providing details. Or maybe they don't care. Maybe they just care about yes or no. Maybe they don't want to hear. Maybe they don't want to read a novel. Maybe they just want the yes or no. How would your party strengthen internal security and the rule of law? Fascism! Wait, no, that's not it. Authoritarianism. No, that's not it either. What's that called? My opinions, if that... I've started responding with my opinions. UBI. Actually, yeah, UBI. That's how you do it. UBI, because when people have food, they don't have to steal food. Yeah, when people feel secure, right? That's what you get from UBI. You get security. Rule of law, though, I don't know about that, how UBI helps that. Everyone says, I think it's actually good to have questions that require a yes or no answer. Yeah. Like, there was one question before that was yes or no, and that one was stupid, but this one was pretty good, right? As a yes and no binary question, that kind of makes sense. The other one from before was as a yes-no question was pretty stupid. Yeah, UBI gets internal security because we're working at prevention of crime, right? We don't do the police and punishment thing. Instead, we do the prevention, right? And we try to help people not end up in situations where they become violent. Also, legalize all the drugs, because then we don't have to hunt down people who use drugs. And we would have less people breaking the law. There we go. Good job. Notrunner points out that there are multiple reasons why it's a good idea. Politicians are fence sitters, not wanting to upset anyone so they can be voted for by everyone. Oh, that fucking sucks, isn't it? I'm a bit of a fence sitter, except for when I'm not. It kind of makes sense, though, in a representative democracy. I think representative democracy is pretty stupid. I'm not sitting on the fence on that. I think it's pretty stupid in many ways. But it makes sense because you have to have opinions about everything. And, like, there are a bunch of stuff that I don't feel strongly about, and I'm just gonna sit on the fence because I don't feel strongly one way or the other. So I'm just gonna vote what someone else says. But yeah, it makes sense from that being voted by everyone thing. Yeah, the whole system is kind of stupid like that. It kind of breeds fence sitters for so many things. Notices if they just say yes and no and don't take the chance to elaborate, that's a missed opportunity. You know what? That's a good point. That is a good point. It's their responsibility, right? And they are kind of in a power position sending this out. It's their job to try to convince us to let them in. Kinda. That's what's going on, right? Well, Gitino Tab says sometimes yes or no questions are answered in more length. Indeed. Especially since there are politicians answering. They're pretty good at not answering with the yes or no. Yes, but... Right, where are we? Is your party committed to building a fair and equal Finland? No? I feel like that's a faux pas answering this question with no, isn't it? Is there actually a Finnish party that would answer this question with no? I'm not committed to building a fair and equal Finland. Is your party committed to respecting international human rights conventions? No, fuck that. Fuck your human rights things. Actually, that's not completely true. I would respect the international, these ideas, I think. I haven't read all of them, but I think I would agree with them. But I don't like the idea of rights. I don't like it. Because of the implication. That's a thing, right? Because of the implication. That's always sunny in Philadelphia, right? That's a meme. Yeah. Is that the gang gets gun fever? Here we go. She doesn't know whether she wants to have sex with me. That's not the issue. No, wait. The implication is that that's rapey, right? Oh, if you don't have sex with me, I'll just rape you? Is that... I think that's the implication in this context. Oh man, I haven't watched Sunny in Philadelphia in a long time. So fucking... That show is so dark. I remember I did some binge watching of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, and I started feeling physically bad after a while because it's so horrible. It's just so awful. This dude's just the worst. Ugh. Good times, bad times. Right. Another one says, no, I want an unfair and biased Finland, right? That's how it is. I don't know, yeah. Well, Gitino Tab says, I think Finn's party might answer no to that question. Really? Like, honestly. Thanks for the reminder, Nodrunner. And yes, I did get that Icewind Dale game. I also got... there was another cool game on that list that they gave away that just popped up on Prime Gaming that I got. A game that I had been considering playing. Fuck, I don't remember which one. But if you haven't checked for a couple of days, I don't know if that has been there for ages or if it just popped up. But I mean, they had so many games that they were just given away, so I just claimed all of them. I suppose. Anyways. Wolfenstein! That's the one! Terrible with names. The Beast Inside? I mean, I think I got that one, but I don't know what Beast Inside is, but Wolfenstein was the one I was thinking of. Because I've heard good things about Wolfenstein. Alright. If your party gets objectives into the government program, would your party be prepared to participate in the majority government formed by Peter Orpi and committed to the full implementation of the program? I have mixed feelings about this question. I have mixed feelings about this question. Fuck. On one end, we have well, I don't like a representative democracy, but now we do have a representative democracy going, right? Which means that what the majority wants, that is what the government should do, right? So it would be my job to participate, right? And support the government that the people voted in. However, I have personal ethical hindrances, caveats to this. There are a few things I would refuse to do and stand behind. So it kind of depends on what the program looks like. That being said, though, I wouldn't refuse the program as a whole. I would refuse those parts of the program. Well, Tab says, actually, the more I think of it, even the Finns party would answer yes to it. Yeah, exactly. But I think they're most likely amongst the parties to answer no. Yeah, because it's a faux pas, right? It's even if they internally, honestly, would believe that no, I don't want to build a fair and equal Finland. That's not what I want. It's so ingrained in the democracy that you have to answer yes, even if your honest answer is no. Which is pretty stupid. Yeah, that's another reason why representative democracy is not a good idea, because it turns politicians into liars. When not only politicians, but it turns us, the people, into liars as well, because even if you as a person don't want a fair and equal Finland, right? I feel like the question is not engaged at all because of the Overton window. You're not allowed to think about this because you're not allowed to answer no. And I would imagine that there are a bunch of people who would want to answer this question with a no. And if we're going to live in a democracy, those people should not have to be liars, right? Those have to be part of the conversation, that some people don't want a fair and equal Finland. And how do we deal with that if we're going to have a democracy, right? Well, Gitino Tab says they did, after all, cry in social media about getting called racists. Right? They did cry about that. Of course they do. Does your party's parliamentary group have any threshold concerns affecting the decisions to enter the government regarding the government's program or composition? Threshold concerns. Yeah. Right? No Nazis. Right. Actually, my threshold concern would be UBI. Exactly, Colgate-Inotap. Colgate-Inotap got there before me. UBI and authoritarianism. I have a problem with authoritarianism. That's a concern that has to be addressed. We were talking about that yesterday, that, yeah, I feel like that is a very, both of those questions are very important, and I feel like they're not taken seriously. They are not being addressed. I don't know anything about the landscape in Finland, so I'm just translating this to Swedish politics. But I kind of assume that it's the same in Finland, that authoritarianism is not tackled head-on. I actually heard about Finland doing some experiments with UBI, though, so they do more work than Sweden does, probably. Has to be addressed, isn't that a bit authoritarian? No. If we look at the question, does your party's parliamentary group have any threshold concerns? I have these threshold concerns into entering the government. I need these questions to be addressed. I need you to have a conversation with me. I guess it is a little bit authoritarian. It's like, I mean, that's the question though. Like, this is a requirement that I have. For cooperation, right? It's, I don't think it's authoritarian. I think it's, now that I think about it, it's a negotiation, right? These two last questions are about negotiation. To show what are your priorities. Like, if we were to find common grounds and work together, what would be your priorities for you to work together? And that's just showing this is what is important to me. I need this addressed if we're gonna work together. Yeah, negotiations. Fulgitinotab says, do you have these kinds of questions in Sweden when you have government negotiations? I don't know. I mean, hopefully they will start doing that, because was it last time? Yeah, the last two times. Unfortunately, that didn't happen this time around. But the last two elections, they had a lot of issues. Like, Sweden was sitting without a government for months and months and months because they couldn't find agreements. Because no one was at the top, right? They couldn't figure out who was going to be on the top. And like Orpo here. Was it Orpo? Yeah. Petteri Orpo. Orpo. I don't even know. Like, if they are going to be the core of the government, well, that was kind of a problem, because Sweden didn't have anyone that was the obvious core to be the leader of these conversations. Orpo is the Finnish word for orphan. Right. So his name is Orphan? Is that a surname you get if you don't have a parent? No one says that was a joke. I don't think having a make or break kind of concern is authoritarian. I mean, I kind of got that was poking fun. And I felt like it was still worth addressing. Yes, no. Shit. Did I ask two questions? Damn it. Yes, alright, that's fine. I guess there is a difference between authoritarian and authoritarianism. No, authoritarian is someone who's... Well, you can read different definitions into that word. Orpo is the surname, it's not given to orphans. There we go. Thank you, Colgate on tap. That's a weird surname, though. I would be confused. Like, if I haven't met... Well, like, if it wasn't a popular surname or whatever, if I ran into someone and they introduced themselves. Hello, my name is Petri Orphan. Like... I'm sorry to hear that. I hope your life was good anyways. Like... That's a weird way to introduce yourself. I mean, I'm not an orphan. Both my parents are still alive. Were you orphaned as a child, or what happened? I mean, do you want to talk about it? It sounds like you want to talk about it. I think that could have been my response to someone introducing themselves like that. Oh no, it's just my surname. That's a stupid fucking surname you've got there, my dude. My parents are both still alive. Alright. Stupid fucking surname. Must have been very frustrating growing up with that surname. Have you considered changing it? I mean... Colgitinotap says it's pretty obvious from context. I disagree. I disagree, Colgitinotap. I mean, if it's a common surname, people would just learn from growing up with their parents would teach them that, oh no, they're not orphans. My name is Bob Bastard. Guess why? Your parents weren't married. Hello, Coleman. Nice to see you again. How are you doing today? It is not common, says Colgitinotap. But it is. I mean, people have seen it now, right? I assume most people have heard of the surname by now. Coleman says I just pulled off a 180k heist in Sea of Thieves. Nice. Good job. Oh, by the way. I don't know, I don't want to force people to play together or whatever. But I know of another person who's playing Sea of Thieves. Huh. Oh, there we go. I was kind of feeling like I was pushing you towards each other like a matchmaker, pushing to people that... Never a good idea, is it? But just... Notrunner says, I've got both Sea of Thieves and No Man's Sky installed and ready to go if you want to play. Pretty neat. Very nice. J-Box says we should all play Factorio. I think one day in the future I am gonna set up a Terraria server that I can invite people to play with me someday in the future. I actually saw a review of the new Minecraft game. That looks pretty fucking neat. Also Factorio said Notrunner. Alright, maybe I should put up a Factorio server someday in the even further future. You can play all play Factorio. Sure. Sure thing. The new Minecraft game looks pretty fucking neat. It's a PvP game though, but 4v4. It looks like it could be my jam. And I'm not supposed to be buying games, but I've been considering. Like, when I watched the review, I was like, oh man, maybe I should just buy this and play this next. Unfortunately though, the speed at which I'm playing this game... Right, that means that the next game I'm gonna play is gonna be in 2027. Yeah. The speed I've been moving through this game so far. 2027, we can play Factorio. Another one says I could maybe run the Factorio server. Oh, that's very kind of you. Yeah. Could we start planning for that in a couple of months or something? Set up a Factorio server and do some running of that. Yebok asks, did you end up playing the latest Dwarf Fortress? Not yet, no. That's gonna be a while yet. Yeah, I can already tell that the latest Dwarf Fortress, it's gonna be a while. before I end up playing it. Right, I missed Colgitino Tab says most people heard it for the first time a few years ago when Orpo became leader of Coalition. That's what I thought, yeah. Colgitino Tab says, I think avoiding situation that Sweden was in the government is one of the reasons for the government party coming up with the government program that they are all willing to commit to for 4 years. Yeah, exactly. That... Learn from our mistakes. Something like that. Coleman says, sure, but not right now. I'm kind of tired of Sea of Thieves for now. I don't want to overdo it, but then burn out because I was pushing myself. That makes a lot of sense. Also, I feel like... I'm not your mom. Wait, what is that? Ianam. I'm not your mother, but I feel like it's getting closer and closer to sleepy time for Node Runner as well. I might actually, if I get some energy this evening, I might actually be up for some Sea of Thieves. Well, maybe not this evening, but like... I have some stuff to do... Oh, shit. I'm busy today. Maybe not today, but maybe tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Maybe do some Sea of Thieves as well. Could, like, I would be grateful if you're interested in playing together, because that would be off stream. If you would be interested, just make a note in the Discord and say, hey, I'm planning on playing some Sea of Thieves. You want to join? And I'll... I'm not your... I am... Oh, right, your... Right. And you... What's the... M? Mother... Bitch? That's the B? I'm not your mother, bitch. Or bub. No. Netherlands says, I just made my sleepy tea. Oh, right. But... Oh, shit. I forgot. There was this great pun before. Yeah, I've got all the source code here on your mother's butt. There we go. I put all the source code on your mother's butt. Wait, is that where we're going with this? Netherlands says I'm basically good to play whenever, as long as I'm not sleeping or going for some more DBT. Right. Yeah. I mean, you want to focus and really feel the pain in the nut. Oh man, is that also about ending up spreading source code all over the place? Weird. Good times, good times. Right, there's much to tell, but I'm afraid I would miss the mark and I fear I would bore you. Is there something specific you wish to know? Actually, if you guys are interested in Sea of Thieves and playing together, maybe you would be fine having an AFKer and not be upset. No, I mean... Because I feel like I would be spending so much time just AFKing, sitting and not really helping in Sea of Thieves, so I don't know how I feel about that playing during stream. How did Serenray come to be? Serenray is one of the Golarian's eldest deities. Once she was the angel that had gathered the armies of her celestial allies behind her. The battle in which she showed her valor decided the fate of the whole world, and in her victory she was rewarded with divinity. Look at that. Olgitunotab says, what do you mean with that? Right, Sea of Thieves is a cooperative game, right? You sail a boat and you do all kinds of stuff. But it's a cooperative game, and sometimes people just sit AFK and don't help out, and that can be frustrating in a cooperative game like that. One person can just be feeding, right? If you get attacked, one person is just AFKing and feeding, standing right next to a fire with a bucket of water, and not tossing the water on the fire and putting the fire out, just standing there, and I can see how people find that frustrating. Another one says there's a lot to learn in Sea of Thieves, and it takes a long time to get anywhere. Exactly. Oh, right. I could ask for teachers. When would you be AFK? While streaming Call Get In on tap. I'm not going AFK, I mean like, yeah, reading the chat. Like today, I haven't been moving this conversation with Tristian here. This dude. This conversation has been going on for what? 2 hours now? Without actually doing anything in the game. That's the equivalent of seeing someone in-game not moving looks like they're AFK, right? That was maybe a bad word for it. Yeah, reading chat, tabbing out, reading about Finland's government building. But Mom, you can't pause an online game. You can't just pause an online game, Mom. That's not how it works. In the sacred text, Sarenrae is shown as a beautiful bronze-skinned maiden, her hair dancing flame. But her appearance is not what matters. It is the grace she brings with her touch, healing and salvation. Tell me about this battle you mentioned. What was the act of valor of Sarenrae? Her greatest moment of glory is her battle against the monstrous Rovagog. The rough beast, the great destroyer, and the world breaker seeks only to destroy creation and the other gods. Who threatened to destroy Golarion? Sarenrae delivered a strike that staggered the horrendous creature and allowed her allies to shackle it. Once the rough beast was captured, the goddess split the earth, and the gods threw the behemoth into the depths. Once it was done, the goddess sealed the pit and commanded her faithful to stay away from the scar that was left in the land. We'll get in on tap says, I do not think they would even notice those little flips of yours and think you were an AI. Everybody sometimes gets in heated conversations with chat. Dota 2 can be paused. I mean, it can be paused, but you wouldn't. Yeah, AFK, there we go. Well, we're talking about people who might even be listening to, like... Oh. Would have to set... Well, Coleman is not on Discord, but... I would assume me and Noderunner would be voice chatting when playing Sea of Thieves. Actually, there is voice chat in the game that you could use, right? Rather than sitting on a Discord thing. But then you need to be next to each other to be capable of talking. Coleman says, yeah. Yeah. You do not need to be next to each other, so you can talk to anyone who's on your team. Your chat is across the map. Oh! Localized chat is people who are not... You have voice chat for people who are not in your crew. You can just talk to people. You're next to them. Noran says the problem is the enemy hears you too if you talk in-game. Oh, even if you have crew chat, they hear you? I have mixed feelings about that. Well, Gittin on Tap says sharing is caring, right? Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Let them hear. Kind of that sharing was caring. Like, sure, if you want to do strategy or whatever. I mean, maybe that's gonna help them or whatever. I don't even know. Almost as a Giga Chat lets your enemy hear your plans and still destroy them, based. I mean, they won't hear you. They, like, if you chase them, right? If they are on their boat and you're on your boat and you're talking about plans and what to do, they don't hear you from their boat, right? When you're chasing them down. They only start hearing you if they start infiltrating, right? If you're on the boat. And I feel like if they snuck on the boat and we didn't see them and they hear us, isn't that better gameplay? Doesn't that make the game more fun? Nicole Tab says you can also play epic mind games if they can hear you, right? Feels like a whole aspect of the gameplay that, as long as it's tuned and the distance thing is tuned well enough, I think that's completely fine. Gonna lead to some weird situations when you just hear one side of the conversation, and that's completely fine, right? If you're next to a person, you hear that person talking, but you don't hear the crew member responding. But that's completely fine, because you kind of want to have... You need to have, now that I think about it, crew chat has to be across the map, because otherwise people would just say, no, fuck this, let's go on Discord instead. Golgatino taps us, and you could spread some UBI propaganda to them. Oh man. The propaganda opportunities, I love it. Almost says, yeah, the radius of global chat is close to your ship. Right, so you can be, if you have two ships close to each other, you can talk over the ships. That makes sense. Good times. Another one says, but if you have Discord, you can use both that and in-game whenever you want. That's true, Node Runner, but you would be incentivized to use Discord rather than the in-game. Yeah, mixed feelings. I mean, you just have access to a tool. You can still, like, I could still do all the chat in-game if that was the case. If that's what I wanted to do. And I could respond in-game to stuff that people said on Discord. That would be fine as well. However, what you can do if you're... Oh, I have mixed feelings about that as well. I've been in that situation many times. When you play with someone and you play a cooperative thing, and then someone else joins the Discord, and you have conversation about other things. That's a benefit of sitting on Discord, I suppose, that someone can just join and talk about whatever and disrupt the gameplay. Mixed feelings. Coleman says you have a trumpet you can use to talk louder so they can hear you across large distances. Oh, sweet. Or you can whisper if you hold your right click instead. Oh, that's fantastic, Coleman. That sounds great. Another one says... Oh, right. From the Discord, you can play mind games, plot behind the scenes, and pretend to talk about some plan in-game. Oh. I'm not a very good actor. Well... Maybe. I don't think I would be very good at it, but it would be fun to try. Also, Microsoft would have all your voice data. Fucking Microsoft, man. Fucking Microsoft. J-Box says, fallen asleep, going to bed. Good night, Fox. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, J-Box. Sleep well. Have a good one. Almost says bye. Well, Getino Tab says, when I went to talk to some candidates for parliament, the Social Democrat Party candidates did not like it when I called their propaganda. Christian Democrats were fine with it. Yeah, I feel like propaganda has some negative connotations that... I'm curious what this says. Systematic propagation of a doctrine or cause of information reflecting the views and interests of those advocating such a doctrine or cause. Yeah, I feel like propaganda has for some reason gotten a bad reputation. And like, oh no, we're not doing propaganda, but that's what you're doing. It's like... Yeah, I understand why they react that way, I just wish they didn't. I wish we were open that, oh yeah, we're doing propaganda, and that's completely fine, right? That's part of politics, is doing propaganda, right? Coleman says, did you get your Bill Gates microchip installed in your blood yet, Cider? Wait, a blood microchip? I've never heard of that before. Bill Gates is such an asshole, though. I really don't like that dude. Really don't like him. Or, well, actually, I don't know. He seems like a friendly enough guy, and we could probably, well... I couldn't help myself but have heated discussions. We could probably not be friends, but that's probably more on me than on him, because he seems like a friendly enough dude, yeah. So it's probably more on me, but yeah, I can't stand the way he does propaganda and that stuff. Another one says, when I was in high school, I made a wallpaper that became popular online, and I randomly find it in weird and interesting places. Oh, fantastic. Still? Do you still find it sometimes? That's pretty cool. That's pretty damn cool. Thomas is like, if you could time travel 30 years ago, then you can have a friendly conversation. But yeah. There's no way. How old was I then? Oh, you know what? Yeah. How old was I? 6? I'm 36, I think. Getting old. Getting fucking old. But I could have conversation as a 6-year-old, I think. What year is it? Yeah, 36. Another one says, yeah, I still find it to this very day. Do you want to show it off? Someone says I wear a dementia. I mean, I've stopped keeping track. Like, I feel like somewhere in 30 plus, like 32 or something, I don't bother keeping track anymore. The years pass, whatever, right? I am gonna start keeping track. When I get 42, that I'm gonna do the thing that women do, that they start lying about their age. When I'm 42, and when I get to 43, I'm gonna start lying and say that I'm 42 anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna do that for a few years. No, I'm 42 years old. Yep. The fucking liar. I mean, I try not to lie, but I feel like that's a harmless lie. I try to lie as little as possible in my life, but that's a lie I'm gonna keep telling for a while. Well, Get In on Tap says, I used to be that way as well, but when I realized that propaganda is just propaganda, I tried to use it whenever appropriate to reduce the stigma around it. Yeah, I think that's great, Call Get In on Tap. Good job. I'm happy with you. Well, Get In on Tap says, I try not to lie is quite a common lie. Is it? I disagree. I haven't heard a lot of people beside myself that express that, oh, I try not to lie. Usually, if they lie, they say, oh, I'm not a liar. Or I don't lie. And that thing, but that's way too obvious, isn't it? Thank you, Notrunner. That's very kind of you. Oh, you've showed this before. But at that time, when you showed it, I wasn't actually using wallpapers. Yeah. It's a good fucking picture. And it left enough of an impression, I immediately recognized it. And I'm gonna, since I have actually started using wallpapers, I'm gonna get that wallpaper for myself. Origin 2. Actually, how do you do this? Do you save image, or is there like a download button on this Wallhaven here? This is just a preview? I don't even know. Alright. Wallhaven dash. I'm gonna just name it Node so I remember if I want to find it again. Give your name on the thing. Well, I'll check that out later. If that doesn't work, I'll I'll get the proper one. Promises I try not to lie is a lie. Lieception. I mean, I'm not lying when I'm saying it. I try to not lie in my life. I mean, sometimes I do. I think sometimes everybody lies here and there, but I try not to. As a path to being more honest. No, it's a path towards... I feel like life is easier when you don't lie. You don't have to keep track of anything. You can just... If someone says that, oh, you said that, then you know for a fact, well, if I said that, I would be lying. So you can use that if you have a terrible memory like me. You can use your own methodology to just know that, no, I wouldn't say that. Like, that must have been some misunderstanding, because the thing you're expressing, that's... I wouldn't say that, right? This is .jpeg? Wait, JPG? You don't like... Is it PNGs? Is that what we're gonna have in life? PNGs, the thing? Found this on YouTube. Interesting. Sometimes these fuckers pop up. I thought they had fixed those, because I hadn't seen this in a while. Weirdly enough, if you do this, it works. You just download it and then watch it. Oh, I missed your previous message. Oh, here we go. I try not to lie. It's a quite common lie. It's a quite rare lie, though. Oh, I missed that one, yeah. You were lying, were you, Colgatin on tap? Very rarely to see that lie. Wow, this was downloading this entire thing, and it's not moving. Why is it not moving? Gonna take a while. What the fuck? Ugh. I've never seen that. I think... Yeah, I updated in mid. I think if I just do... I haven't updated my... my flake lock in like a month. I think maybe it has been updated, so it's gone. Remember, YT... No, what was it? Was it MPV? I ran into some issues. That for some reason, sometimes it only plays audio. Sometimes it doesn't play at all. I think it has been fixed, though. Alright. What did I ask? Oh, we're talking about how she got elevated to godhood. Well, get in on tap says I lie somewhat regularly. Have you considered doing it less, Call Get in on tap? Alas, mortal beings are imperfect. Not even the most faithful among us can always follow their deity's commandments. Even when such commandments are meant to save the world and their followers, I for one pray the goddess never again as furious as she was with Gormaz. Misinterpreting the goddess' warnings to avoid its location, instead believing Gormaz to be a holy city of Sarenrae, people from all over the Casmeron flocked there for millennia, but slowly corrupted by the imprisoned god, Rovagug's dreams. Oh, she got pissed when they misunderstood her, eh? Should have been more clear. Well, Gitino Tab says, I think they are harmless lies, but I'm biased. I've considered and discarded the idea. Oh, harmless lies. Do you feel comfortable sharing some examples of these harmless lies that you are regularly doing? Like, I was saying that the 42 lie was harmless, but I could imagine a bunch of situations where it wouldn't be harmless. Like, I wouldn't lie to my doctor and say I was 42 if I wasn't, for example. Well, Gitinon Tab says, I did not actually duplicate the source code of the Minecraft. Oh, I don't consider that a lie, called Gitinon Tab. That's not lying to me. Like, if that's the case, I was actually lying before, and I will send these people an email. Yeah, that's gonna happen. Where was it? Yeah, I am gonna send this email with... I'm gonna change that date, I suppose. But I am gonna send an email to this address here. So, but I don't consider that lying. I'm just considering that joking around. You mentioned Gormas. What happened to it? An error of faith, perhaps a lesson, but it speaks of the dangers of when one listens to mortal words and one stops listening to their faith. Sarenrae forbade her followers from coming near the place of Rovagug's imprisonment, but some of her priesthood misread her. But they listened to their faith. That's what they did. They misread her will and began to preach on the sacred place where the mightiest of temples dedicated to the goddess were to be constructed. The people listened to these sermons, went forth to the lands touched by Sarenrae's scimitar. The old scar is sealed well, and they founded Gormas, a holy city that was to become the greatest monument to Sarenrae. Unsurprisingly, the city was built, faithful from all Golarion traveled there to worship. Sarenrae sent omens in vision, urging her people to leave this dangerous place filled with the dark will of the shackled Rovagug, but in their pride, the people misinterpreted. Well, Tristan is a little bit of a dick, isn't he? Interesting. But in their pride, the people misinterpreted or ignored her signs altogether, for they had already come under Rovagug's influence. Finally, the goddess sent her heralds to the city, but the fanatics killed them. Realizing that the people had turned from her, enraged, the goddess smote Gormas, razing it from the face of Golarion with a single strike of her scimitar. Oof. Wasn't she the goddess of forgiveness? Eesh. Today it's called the Pit of Gormas, a well of pain and suffering. Tell me about the Pit of Gormas. It's a great crevasse in the eastern Casmaron. The lands surrounding it are dead, soaked in its poison. The Pit of Gormas seems bottomless until someone dares gaze into its depths. All who have dared to tell of a strange distant glow, a glow that followed them in their dreams ever since. Of course. Throughout all of history, the Pit of Gormas has spawned creatures, hideous beasts of overwhelming power, and driven only by a single desire, to destroy everything they see. Of course, yeah. Some were defeated, such as the nightmarish Ulunat, whose carapace to this day towers above the capital of Osirion. Others proved too strong to be defeated by mortal hands. Most terrible of them was the Tarask of the Armageddon engine, who to this day lie dormant deep beneath Avestan. The Tarask, Colgitinothab says, maybe it's joking around. That's a good point. How would you define distinction between lying and joking around? Alright. Like, I wouldn't tell, like, this story, right? This that I'm reading here. I wouldn't tell this paragraph someone lying to me, right? Intent. Let's call intent calling it in tab. I was gonna look up the word lying and the definition of lying, but I would say intent, right? If you're trying to fool someone, right? If you're telling them and you want them to believe that you're telling the truth, but you're actually not, then you're lying, right? Your intent was not to try to make us believe that you actually duplicated the source code of Mind Goblin. That was not your intent. Your intent was to make a pun. Joke. Big difference in intent, isn't it? Have wars ever been waged in Sarenrae's name? Alas, yes. Terrible battles were once fought between the followers of Nethys, Norgorber, and Sarenrae. Was it? Yeah, here we go. Temperance, patience, compassion, and peace. And she just destroyed an entire city? Or temple, or whatever. She doesn't seem very compassionate and patient. Volgadino Tab says, but I did not care much either way. I was indifferent about whether you would end up believing me or not. Exactly. Yeah. Therefore, your intent was not to deceive. You were indifferent to it. Means your intent was not to deceive. Which I would say then is not a lie, right? Right, I've given that example before. The priest who tells me that Jesus died for my sins is not lying to me, even though maybe I am being lied to. There's a difference between those two things, isn't it? So, I wonder... Do you really, from this, like, if you agree with this definition of lying, Colgatinotap, do you still lie somewhat regularly? If you like this definition. Colgatinotap says, so lying would be saying something you do not believe with the purpose of deceiving the receiver. Yeah. Yeah. I would say that. Actually, I'm curious now. Place where one lies. Being prostrate. Nice. False, deceptive, lying rumor. Falsehood, untruthfulness. Yeah. Deceive. Well, Gitinotab says, then I don't think I lie that much. Yeah, I wouldn't think so. Not from that definition. Yeah, I wouldn't say, like, I don't even know what mendacious means, but I wouldn't say the statement, like, oh, the mind goblin thing, it's a false statement, but it's not a deceptive one. And it's not untruthful. Well, I suppose it is untruthful from a certain type of definition. So it depends on where you draw the line. I don't... When I talk about lying, I don't feel like that definition that you went from, I don't see that as very useful, because in my mind, lying has those connotations about deceiving for me. I can see the other definition being used, but I prefer not to. I wouldn't call that lying, but I understand that it can be said like that. But I would significantly separate the two from each other. Volgatinotab says, I say stuff that I do not believe in, and I do not necessarily correct if someone believes it. But trying to get people to believe is not my goal. Do not necessarily correct if someone believes. Exactly, it's not your goal. Yeah, I mean, saying stuff. It's more... it's more an aesthetic, artistic expression, right? Colgatinotap, that example, it's an artistic expression. You're making a joke, you're telling a story, you're doing stuff, you're entertaining, right? That's what you're doing. You're entertaining. Yeah, and I would say that entertaining, it is implied, like when you write a story like this, or when you tell a joke, or whatever. There is this idea that interesting. You can find truth in art that is... You can find transcendent truth in art. You don't have to. I don't even know. Boogie says thanks. Right? It is entertaining. Oh, both. Both as the verb and the adjective, yeah. I meant both the verb and the adjective. Alas, yes, terrible battles were fought. To my shame, I must admit that this conflict was started by my brothers and sisters. They came to a foreign land to make way for the goddess's light with their sword and fire. That calamity became known as the Oath Wars, a catastrophe that led to the inheritance of Rahadum, to deny all gods, banning all faiths from their lands. Alas, the mortal vessel is imperfect, and even pure faith may be distorted by blind ambition. Oh, that is interesting. I like Rahadum. Great suffering may occur in its name. Alright. Actually... We need to go back and do this later, because, I have plans. And I need to eat before going away on those plans, so... Talk to Tristan. Actually, we never get to read these, because we don't press load game. We just press continue, and it continues from the latest one. Oh. How would you define joking around? Oh, I felt like entertaining. Joking around. That was kind of part, that's why I didn't... Did I not say? How do you define joking around? Right, you're entertaining. From the third definition. That's why I like the word entertaining, because it was the adjective and the verb can be read in two different ways. Entertaining as putting on a play, playing theater or whatever. But there is also entertaining, like, when you have dinner guests, you call that you entertain. So it's like the social interaction just to have a good time. So joking around would be entertaining by telling jokes. That makes sense? I need to press this button right here. Maybe I'll get around to taking an initiative and play some Sea of Thieves. Probably not tonight, maybe tomorrow night, if I'm not too tired. Polgitino tabs, this makes sense. And it was aesthetically pleasing. I found it aesthetically pleasing. There it is again. It is as if the words themselves has some aesthetic value in them, but they don't. It was just my experience of the words I quite enjoyed. Fucking languages. Find it difficult. Right, but that is it for today. So, oh, right. Actually, one more thing. We were doing this thing. Where was it? Yeah, there it is. Is it the entire video? No. Most of the video, it's right there. Someone just found it on... Must have found it on the Wall Haven, right? Then there's another one. Also pretty good looking. But that is it for today. So thanks for hanging out. And have a good one, yeah. Cheers.